And I'm Head of Rural for Strutt and Parker, and I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you all to our company's headquarters today. Hosting Leaf's annual conference here feels really appropriate, given there's a huge amount of common ground between BNP Paribas, Strutt and Parker and Leaf. As I think most of you know, BNP Paribas is a world leader in sustainable finance, committed to preserving biodiversity through its financing and investment policies. Within the rural team at Strutt and Parker, you will know that we have a team of specialist farming consultants with a clear understanding of the financial and environmental challenges currently facing the industry. They are led by our Head of Farming, Natalie Gaibani, who joined us at the start of this year and is here today. And I know Natalie will wave now and also make herself known to everyone. We see our role, like Leaf and many of you here, as supporting clients to build sustainable, resilient businesses. And certainly regenerative farming practices are one of the tools that can help do that. But we do recognise that this is not an overnight process with immediate results. It demands a long-term commitment, an investment, and a journey that will take years to achieve. However, our team are clear that practices such as direct drilling, catch and cover crops, and the introduction of livestock are increasingly being adopted on many of our clients' farms. Soil type and geographic location, of course, play a critical role in determining the right approach. But our work shows that in the difficult years, it is the farms who have developed real resilience in their soils, their people, and their business structures who are in the strongest position. As trusted advisors, it is crucial for us to understand what will work and where. One thing that struck me as I looked through the programme, and I'm sure we'll hear more of this today, are the references to changing cultures and mindsets. That strikes a chord because change management is something many of our clients are facing in response to climate change and the wider pressures on farm profitability. As a business, we've also been on a not dissimilar journey over the last 12 months. As part of our growth strategy, we have challenged ourselves to think about our long-term vision and priorities. Following these discussions, we've developed a more collegiate way of working to foster an environment where our team, over 200 talented experts across 20 local offices, can truly flourish. We've also formed a new energy, nature and net zero team focused on advising how we can work to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, boost diversity and enhance the environment. Managing change isn't straightforward, but I believe if you face into challenges, then it's often possible to turn pressure into progress. Before I finish, I would like to say that I know it's an exciting year for Leaf as you celebrate the 20th year of Open Farm Sunday. I'd like to congratulate you on such an immense initiative that does so much to widen the public's understanding of food and farming. As an organisation, you've been at the vanguard of public engagement in so many ways, and I truly applaud you for it. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a great conference today. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to our 2026 conference. And thank you, Kate, for those very kind words of introduction, and thanking you again for your hospitality and allow us to hold our conference at this very prestigious London headquarters. I'm delighted to see around the room so many of our members, partners, colleagues, and friends here today. It's a powerful reminder of the strength, commitment, shared purpose that exists across the Leaf community. The changing fundamentals across farming and food production are now very clear to see for all of us. But what makes this moment so significant is not just that change is happening, but it's the sheer scale and the pace of it. Across policy, genetics, technology, environmental pressures, and increasing competition for land use, our sector is being reshaped in ways that none of us could believe 10 years ago. To put this scale into context, the global food system today is worth $14 trillion, generating close to 1/5 of global GDP. 1 in 3 people work in agriculture around the globe. And yet the sector typically contributes just 3 to 4% of national economies. No other industry operates at this scale, with this level of complexity or this degree of imbalance. For me, one of the most exciting prospects is the growing availability of more granular data. Data that can improve decision-making, strengthen resilience, enhance productivity, and at the same time help us reduce our carbon footprint. Used well, this information has the power to transform both financial and environmental outcomes. And that matters because food production is responsible for around 26% of global emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, and 70% of global freshwater withdrawals, and already occupies half of the habitable land on Earth. What we grow and how we grow it now sits at the very heart of every major environmental challenge we face. As LEAF continues to develop its core competencies under our new One LEAF strategy, spanning sustainability accreditation, knowledge exchange, education, and public engagement, we're looking ahead and investing in what comes next. And as we look at the year ahead, LEAF will be supporting several exciting new initiatives to help shape the future of our industry, spanning knowledge exchange, innovation, and regenerative practices. And David will share more details of this very shortly. Taken together, these initiatives reflect the very best of LEAF: practical, collaborative, and forward-looking, combining knowledge, innovation, and partnership to support farmers in navigating change with confidence and resilience. As Kate said, 2026 also marks the 20th anniversary of Open Farm Sunday. And since its inception, 3.5 million people have visited farms, many of whom it was for the very first time. And this year, we have really ambitious targets to exceed all previous records of both attendance and coverage, to continue demonstrating to the public the important role that our industry plays in sustainable food production, environmental stewardship, and connecting communities. So as LEAF prepares to progress now in this new world of agriculture, collaboration will be absolutely paramount, bringing farmers together, industry, academics, policymakers, to deliver more sustainable farming and food production, both here in the UK and around the world. And finally, I'd just like to congratulate David and all the team at LEAF for everything they've achieved, especially in the last year. You know, there's been a significant transition. But I'd also like to thank our trustee board, our members, our sponsors, for the invaluable and ongoing support they have provided to us. And of course, to you all here today, each and every one of you in some way touches LEAF. And my heartfelt thanks go out to you all. And I look forward to a really inspiring and interesting day in our conference. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to David.
Many thanks, Philip, and I would also like to extend my thanks and welcome to you all for joining this year's conference. New Frontiers, Regenerative Agriculture, the Power of Public Engagement, and the Data Revolution. These are all incredibly important topics that we will be discussing today as agriculture goes through an enormous period of change. It's a great honour to be with you, and it's a great honour to be among so many eminent and knowledgeable leaders in the field of agriculture, food and farming, as well as environmental sustainability. And actually this particular event is one which is very special to me. It feels like a confluence of friends coming together to share discussion around hugely important topics in a very mature and sensible way. As Philip noted, agriculture is responsible for feeding billions of people globally, but the causes of enormous environmental harms as well, and as we all know, is perilously exposed to the risks associated with climate change. The precise nature of these risks, however, is complicated and nuanced, as you will know. In a paper published in the journal Nature last year, US-based academics projected that adaptation and income growth would alleviate 23% of global agricultural losses from climate change by 2050 and 34% by the end of the century. But substantial, and I mean very substantial, residual losses would be likely to remain for all of our main staples except rice. And that's quite sobering. The question remains, however, what does adaptation actually look like in practice? And how do we stimulate interventions to address challenges in advance of a major crisis? Some years ago, in my previous role in Associated British Foods, I was asked to speak at a conference on sustainable agriculture at Harper Adams University. And I thought in advance of that about what the outcomes were that we were searching for as a guide to what we needed to do to move towards a more environmentally centred farming system. And I drew a chart which looked rudimentary, a bit like this one here, which you can't quite see, and it's very basic. I reasoned that there was a relatively limited number of farms that prioritised environmental outcomes as an integral aspect of their operations, and a longer tail of those that prioritised productivity over environmental impact. The task I felt that we all had open to us was to move that curve up in a very sort of incremental way. But how do we encourage more farms to engage with agricultural resilience and also raise the baseline simultaneously? And what was very clear to me is that there were no silver bullets. And in fact, as I looked more and more at this chart, it wasn't giving me any answers, but it was prompting a whole load of questions. No single actor can move the curve. Farm leaders, state actors, corporations all have a role for better or indeed for worse. But what does adaptation mean in practice on farm? And what incentives do farm businesses have to act? What sets the baseline? Answering precisely those questions is why we are still all here today, which brings me back to LEAF as an organisation. While I was busy thinking, my predecessor, Caroline Drummond, MBE, and indeed many of you in this room, were busy doing, recognising that change ultimately occurs from the bottom up through the collective actions of individual farmers who feel motivated to act, both in the interests of the environment and, frankly, in the interests of their own businesses. Cultural change cannot be imposed. It occurs through empowerment and self-discovery, and I believe those attributes remain very much at the core of LEAF today. We are a pragmatic organisation anchored in partnership with the farming sector, and that remains at the core of our approach. To that end, I wanted to very briefly provide you with some recent highlights of our work and also to announce some plans, as Philip alluded to, of things which we're planning for the future with the intention of moving that curve. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge again the point that this year is the 20th anniversary of Open Farm Sunday, and I think it's become a fixture which is so well entrenched in our calendars that we almost take it for granted that it's always been there. It is an enormously important initiative through which we encourage the general public who are becoming increasingly distant from farming to start to think about the importance of our sector, and we are really trying to encourage as many farms as possible to open this year for our 20th anniversary, because we know, frankly, the more farms that open, the more members of the public will go to them. There is real interest there, and there is so much more that we need to do. That'll be a major topic for the second panel of our conversation this morning. It's also the 24th anniversary of the launch of the LEAF Mark. In the past year, we've published version 17 of the LEAF Mark standard, and the number of LEAF Mark certified businesses now increased from 955 in 2022 to over 3,700 in 55 countries globally, representing nearly 10,000 individual farms. That's particularly as a result of Tesco's transition of their global fresh produce supply chain into the Leaf Marque standard over the past few years, which is an incredible achievement and really is worthy of note in the context of driving change at scale. As well as Tesco, we partner with Waitrose, M&S, Asda, Sainsbury's, Lidl, Ocado, Aldi, and the Co-op, and others, all of which specify the Leaf Marque within their supply chains. We're also delighted to partner now with Oxbury Bank, HSBC, and Barclays, who recognise the Leaf Marque standard in terms of the financial incentives and products that they offer to their UK farm customers, all of which is to be welcomed and supported. We are currently investing in new technology to support the Leaf Marque, and as part of our longer-term planning and thinking, we are today announcing that we are partnering with Hutchinson's to co-fund research through the University of Cambridge into the potential for AI to support farm management planning that optimises both productivity and environmental outcomes. Potentially, this is a hugely exciting opportunity to shape intervention over time at real scale, and I would like to thank Hutchinson's for their generous support, and David Hutchinson, I'm delighted, is joining us today to take part in one of our panels too, so thank you, David. Similarly, our education team worked with over 28,000 young people last year to promote an understanding of farming, sustainability, and careers in the land-based sector. Today, we're also announcing that we are embarking on a major project with the highly respected vocational educational charity Lantra to embed content related to integrated farm management into CPD and land-based college courses in the future. Again, this represents a hugely exciting opportunity for our respective organisations to shape change together at significant scale. And Nick, thank you for joining us today from Lantra. Finally, and this is the third of the announcements I wish to make today, we are announcing plans to launch in 2026 a new Leaf Regen Farming Academy as part of our knowledge exchange programmes. Leaf has always sought to engage with all forms of sustainable agriculture, and given the growing interest and understanding of regenerative practices, we think it is right that we should act as a collaborative convener to help individual farms assess the opportunities these practices might represent to them. The new Leaf Regen Farming Academy will be led by Dr. Helen Ferrier, who joined us at the end of last year from the NFU as our Director of Innovation and Knowledge Exchange, with governance oversight led by Leaf Trustee and Regen farmer Johnny Wake, who we will hear from shortly in our first panel on regenerative agriculture. Jake Freestone, another Leaf Trustee and great supporter of our organisation, will also be involved in this process and is also speaking a little bit later today. And I would like to extend my thanks to both of you for the contributions that you're making to shape our programmes. We'll also be asking for your input to shape the development and evolution of the Academy. And indeed, there is a questionnaire available. And I think if this works, there's a QR code here, which I'll give you a moment to take a look at. Anybody who wishes to scan that QR code, and we'll put it up again later, is welcome to give us feedback and contribute to our thinking in terms of how that will shape up. I'll give that just a moment. In summary, since joining Leaf in 2023, I have been greatly privileged to work within a unique organisation alongside so many knowledgeable and committed individuals, many of whom are in this room, all focused on taking action to move that curve up. I would like to thank the Leaf members. I'd like to thank the wonderful Leaf team, our trustees, particularly Philip and Tom Green, who I know is here as well, who are the chairs of our respective boards and give me personally so much of their incredibly valuable time. And the farmers who work with us and our teams to ensure that our recommendations and guidance remains grounded in reality. And in that context, I would particularly like to thank Andrew Francis for chairing the Leaf Technical Advisory Committee for the Leaf Marque Standard, and Andrew, I know, is also in the room today as well. Finally, I would like to extend my thanks to our sponsors, and particularly our speakers today for contributing their insight, their great experience and expertise to a debate of such vital importance, one that at its core centres upon how we value and sustain life itself through the food that we produce. Thank you very much indeed. And can I hand over to Tom Heap. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you very much indeed, David, and it's very good to be back. I feel a bit like a perennial plant. I'm beginning to put roots down on this stage here. David said that this is a forum for mature and sensible debates. I'm beginning to think I might have got the wrong chair for that one, but we'll do our best. I'm going to move to something just by way of introduction that is quite sobering, actually. I don't know if any of you saw, I think it was towards the end of the last week, there was a report out about national security and climate change. It was something that the government didn't trumpet, indeed to some extent actually seemed to try to bury, but this was a report written, this is an official government report, written in effect by ex-soldiers, spooks, security analysts, type like that, with advice from DEFRA, and it very clearly said that climate change is a national security risk. And the key driver of that risk was what it might do to agricultural production here and what it might do to agricultural production overseas, and therefore the supply of food. And therefore the question for the UK is how do we make our food production system more resilient and arguably our food demand system more resilient as well. And then, of course, we're faced with plenty of global challenges, breakdown of multilateral institutions, actual conflicts, etc., getting food right and resilient to both human and natural stresses could not be more important than I think it is today. And we're seeing it in this country. Large chunks of East Anglia seem to have been bitten out in Suffolk and Norfolk. The West Country has had these kind of repeated storms. They're almost being ignored because they're so frequent, but they're causing huge damage there. So we really, really are seeing it here today. And in many ways, insofar as there are answers to these questions, I think LEAF has many of them. Now, we're going to crack on with various talks and excellent panels. I'm just going to say that if we can, we've got a lot of speakers, a lot of people on panels, speakers where you can keep things punchy and tight. And my other thing would be, where possible, refer to real things on the ground, examples of stuff you're talking about. It's very easy in conferences and in things to get a bit carried away with some of the business speak, some of the stuff that's a little bit impenetrable. Let's hear about actually what you mean. And if there ever was an example of real things on the ground, it is surely Open Farm Sunday, where people come to actually see real things on the ground. So that is very much in, I think, the core of LEAF's purpose. So we are going to start with our keynote, opening keynote speaker, who is John Shropshire, OBE, and needs very little introduction, I'm sure, to this room, and certainly not to me. He's been very helpful to me in various of my projects and books I've done in the past, and is a real inspiration in terms of producing plenty of food while trying to do it in an environmentally resilient way. John.
Right, thank you, Tom. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. Farming and growing food, I believe, are actually under attack from many angles. Today, we do live in a world where the doom mongers and risk analysts are in charge, and I believe that needs to change. Why are we cutting food production in the UK to reduce carbon emissions and effectively rewild large tracts of our countryside, only to put food security at risk and offshore that same carbon footprint and damage foreign ecosystems instead? So the main subjects of today have never been more important, notably public engagement and in harnessing data effectively to drive change. Only by getting this right will we achieve a sensible balance between the environment and food security. The core focus of Minette Batter's Farm Profitability Review is to restore balance between food production and the environment. To quote Minette, in an age of global insecurity, building food resilience is essential to support our national, just-in-time food distribution network. To me, resilience is simple: doing the right thing in the right place and continually investing and adapting. Farmers have done that for millennia, and we will continue to do that, given a chance. Farmers and landowners are the best custodians of the countryside. The long or even medium-term health of the soil is in the self-interest of the very people who live on the farms and those who derive their livings from the soil. Climate change is considered to be a threat to the world. However, it will also offer great opportunities to British farmers in our temperate climate, as long as we invest and adapt intelligently to realise them. Future technology will help us. The industry must embrace evolving technologies such as precision breeding and AI, for example. The NFU estimates that an astonishing £4 billion will be needed in England to comply with new environmental legislation, regulations and policies put in place by the previous government. Policy decisions that have major impacts on jobs, food production, and demands on finite resources, i.e. taxpayer money, need to be made on quality data instead of being driven by the ideological beliefs of civil servants with no real control by political masters who don't understand the subject. So a little bit of understanding of G's and what we do. G's produce a wide range of salad and vegetable crops with a strong organic presence. Our strategy is clear: to be the number 1 or 2 supplier in each of the crops we specialise in and every market in which we operate. We have exited many businesses where we do not have a clear competitive difference. We want a close relationship with our customers, and to achieve that, we have to do an outstanding job day in, day out. Our ethos is to maintain full vertical integration from plant raising, retaining ownership through to the end customer. We have control over our costs through the supply chain and have full control over food safety, ethical trading, and the health and sustainability of our soils. We are in it for the long term, and we want long-term control of our land through long tenancies and ownership. We do not have a strong brand. We are an own label supplier, so our job is to protect and enhance our customers' brand value, and environmental management is a key part of that. In all of these operations, we have a competitive point of difference. And our aim has always been to do a better job for our customers year-round. We mustn't forget that we're only here because our customers allow us to be here. Of course, farming in all those regions with different soils, climates, habitats, wildlife, and regulatory requirements adds a high degree of complexity. So local ownership of the management teams is vital. Think global, but act local. Therefore, structure is key. Empowering our people through a devolved structure gives them a sense of ownership, whilst providing the tools, information, and resources so that they can take decisions directly in the best long-term interests for the business and for our customers. This sense of ownership translates to the environment and the sustainability of the farms and the soil. There are many professional managers on farms throughout the UK who have provided unrivaled contributions to the environment, and many of them will be in the room today. The land, food production, and the countryside provide an anchor, an identity, and an emotional attachment which other businesses find difficult to replicate. Unfortunately, all too often, the value of the land becomes the primary focus, when we should be obsessing over how well we farm, what returns we can make from the asset, and how we care for the soil and the wildlife on our farms. Too much status is attached to the ownership of land, and not enough status is attached to the management of farming. Splitting the land ownership from farming via the tenancy system has a lot of merits, especially if both partners have a long-term perspective. It is, of course, a vital route into farming for new entrants, just as it was for my father when he was 22 years old. Longer tenancies need to be encouraged to enable the long-term sustainable thinking of farmers. So sustainability, what does it mean? Well, firstly, financial sustainability. Because financial sustainability allows us to invest in everything else, including environmental sustainability. And what does sustainability mean to us? Well, as a company, we're committed to achieving net zero emissions. But as we take this journey, it's important that we have an approach that is practical, achievable, and financially viable. The role of farmers is not just to farm, it is to care for the environment and leave the land in a better state than we found it, whilst feeding the nation with wholesome, nutritious food. In order to achieve this goal, we must embrace innovation. Through the use of digital agriculture and precision farming, we will be able to tend each individual plant and give it the attention it needs. Together with advanced genetics, this allows us to maximize productivity and reduce waste whilst being responsible stewards of the land. This is the next agricultural revolution. It is hugely exciting. Over the past 40 years, my brother Peter and I made the business much bigger and probably better, but the next generation have the opportunity to completely transform it. Now, farmers are custodians of 70% of the UK's land area. For decades, farmers have been working to protect and enhance wildlife habitats on farms of all sizes. G's has been a leaf demonstration farm for over 25 years, and we were one of the first growers to achieve leaf mark in our Spanish farms. My brother Peter has 28 pairs of nightingales on his farm in Norfolk, and that is on an intensive working farm, not a nature reserve. But all farmers should be very proud about what they have achieved on their farms. Because I believe the public discussion about farming and environmentalism has lost all perspective. The challenge from the NGOs is good, but the balance of power is important. Britain is a democracy and should not be governed by self-interest groups with a narrow agenda. Somehow we must regain the narrative, and by focusing on the right thing, we can achieve that. We live in a country that invests more in protecting badgers, bats and newts than it invests in our poorest children. The Environment Agency spends £35,000 to move one badger set if it's in the way of flood defence infrastructure. And in 2024, they dealt with 126 of them. So my message to Natural England is they need to come to their senses and realise that that money could be better spent. If an area floods due to lack of investment in flood defence because the money has been wasted, all the badgers and newts will drown. So who's responsible for that? Nobody, of course. The excuse is always man-made climate change a concept that apparently absolves all responsibility. And after the summer like 2025, we have to consider the issue of water. 18 months ago, my son Charles sought permission to build a new reservoir. Planning permission from the local council came through in 6 weeks. However, the winter fill licence from the Environment Agency took over 60 weeks, 10 times longer, because the assigned permitting officer had little knowledge of the subject and zero grasp of the relevant data for river flows, etc. When we got a bit of progress with him, he moved to a new department and his replacement knew even less. Now, the Environment Agency keep telling us it's going to get drier. Well, if that's the case, DEFRA needs to put a competent team of engineers and hydrologists onto the subject and fast-track the decision-making by harnessing and effectively analysing the data. Now, we farmers have to consider the health of our soils. It's the major subject of today, because beneath our feet, the soil is teeming with life, or it could be. At GEES, through our regenerative approach, we are enhancing our soil biology. My son Charles, having researched the subject worldwide, has been working on this for more than 10 years, and we are seeing the benefits. We started slowly, focusing on our Cambridgeshire farming base, and have since expanded our efforts across the group into the UK, Europe, and Senegal. But we still face a key question. How do we measure the impact of regenerative practices? How can we assess the benefits we're seeing in soil health, biodiversity, and crop quality? Clearer definitions and a way to measure the true impact of regenerative farming are needed. So the journey towards sustainability is complex, and it must be navigated thoughtfully. It must be driven by common sense and innovations that generate the soil and nature, capture carbon in our soils whilst producing foods that sustain the population and make a direct contribution to the economy. That balanced vision is a perfect win for all stakeholders. At GEES, we have become one of the first farming businesses to achieve science-based targets, initiative validation. Through this, we have identified our greenhouse gas emissions hotspots and developed plans to reduce them. But in the Climate Change Committee's 7th carbon budget, based on limited and outdated data, the government's plan is to re-wet 56% of the fens and in time effectively abandon it to rising sea levels. Might sound simple to politicians and NGOs, but it is a potentially devastating for UK food security and the economy. In response, growers in the fens have come together with academia, NGOs, local stakeholders and policymakers to form an organisation called Fenland Soil.
Fenland Soil was formed in 2021 in response to the Cambridge and Peterborough Independent Commission on Climate Change report, which stated, up to 40% of carbon emissions in the East Anglian fens come from draining and farming peat soils. But that's not the whole story. 33% of the UK's fresh vegetables are grown in the fens, and 1 in 6 people are employed from farm to fork. Fenland Soil was created to tackle this head-on, bringing together farmers, researchers, policymakers, NGOs, and landowners to address the challenge and shape a sustainable future. Our mission is to unlock solutions for managing lowland peatlands, reducing carbon emissions while safeguarding productivity. In 2023, we hosted our first conference, uniting diverse stakeholders to open up crucial debates about the future. Over the last 2 years, we've leveraged over £1.1 million in grant funding to facilitate critical projects that make a real difference. We've run the UK's largest commercial polludiculture trial, worked across 7 drainage boards mapping 40,000 hectares. Our water catchment study is already producing evidence to reduce pinch points, improve water flow, and support sustainable land management. We're leading field trials to understand the soil science of rewetting peats. We advocate for better management of fenland dikes and waterways, paving the way for future funding under SFI schemes. We're not stopping there. Our contributions to the New England peatland map and our first economic report are driving change at the highest levels of government, academia, and industry. Our growers are the voice to media for sustainable farming issues in the fens. Through sharing knowledge, building partnerships, and advocating for science-based solutions, together we will shape the future of fenland farming. Join us in making a difference.
So the aim of Fenland Soil is to find practical solutions that will allow Fenland farmers to continue producing food whilst reducing carbon emissions. By mapping the soils and getting accurate figures for emissions, but therefore obtaining the right data on which to make the right decisions. It's through this kind of research, proactivity and collaboration that we can find the right balance between environmental goals and food security. Every farm is unique, and therefore multiple solutions are required. It cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. At farm level, Fenland Soil believes that the transition to regenerative practices will play a key role in reducing emissions, whilst improving crop yields and reducing costs. Allowing our fens to flood and failing to invest in sea defences is a completely unacceptable scenario and should never have become the policy of the previous government. A new vision of the future of the fens is needed, a future that capitalises on its food production capability, a future that develops biodiversity and wildlife, a future that realises the potential for prosperity for the people who live and work there. As farmers, it's essential that we engage in these debates and help break down the misunderstandings, challenge the misinformation, and avoid oversimplistic solutions so that we continue growing the best quality food in the world, protect the environment, and ensure our businesses are financially viable. So in conclusion, as I said earlier, I do not believe that farming should be sacrificed in the name of green targets. We all need to eat food. If it's not grown here, it's imported. Climate change is potentially a threat to the world, yes, but I also believe it's a big opportunity for British farmers in our temperate climate, but only if we adapt and if we invest. So how? We must relentlessly invest for the future, train and develop ourselves and our people, invest in soils through regenerative farming techniques and in wildlife biodiversity, invest in drainage to counter more frequent weather events, invest in irrigation and reservoirs to counter more frequent dry weather events, and invest in new technology to transition our operations. Above all, invest in the data that will inform the right decisions in all those areas. Our aim must be to underpin national food security through a thriving, sustainable farming and food production industry that produces healthy, fresh foods that sustain the population and make a direct contribution to the economy. Thank you.
Wow, that was a tour de force. There was plenty in there. If I was still in my job in news, I'd have at least, I think, probably 10 headlines off the back of that. There was some punchy stuff in there, but absolutely articulated this key problem from a man and a company who totally understands all the threats from climate change, but at the same time is really focused on the need for food and getting that balance right and making sure, or trying to find a way that we can deliver for both those priorities is absolutely key. Well, we're going to get our panel onto the stage in a moment, but while that happens, I think that's probably the best way. There's a little bit of moving around maybe with mics to happen, is that right? Or no, I'm getting thumbs up. That suggests that all the mic movement has been done. So we have a film from Waitrose Farming for Nature. And if while that's playing, maybe the panelists who, I'll introduce you when you're up here, but if you could come to the stage, those of you who are in the first panel, that'd be great. Thank you. Sit anywhere, there's no priority. There should be enough chairs, it's not musical chairs.
Harvest. It's easy to take it for granted. You don't just get it because it's on the calendar. You get it because of care, passion, and doing the right thing. For years, farming has focused on scale, yield, and speed. But we're realizing that's not sustainable forever. And if you care about the harvest, you have to care about what leads to it.
A good soil looks like chocolate sponge cake. What does a sponge do? It absorbs moisture, it absorbs nutrients, it's got a structure. That's what a good soil has. And as many fungi and bacteria, microbial cells, in a teaspoon of good healthy soil as there are people on this planet. The problem we face is not all the soil in the world looks like that. And globally, we've lost a third of our arable soils over the last 40 years because of soil degradation.
We can't be comfortable that the UK sits in one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world.
We know that the nutritional value of fruits and vegetables has depleted rapidly since 1950, so you'd have to eat an enormous amount more of the same type to get the same amount of nutrients.
If we don't do something, the reality is there may not be a harvest for the generations ahead of us. We probably are looking at 40, 50 years of having harvests if we don't act now. It's not about panic, it's a call to act. And at Leckford, we've decided to act.
That's why we launched Farming for Nature.
The hope with regenerative farming is that we can start to see nature and the environment bounce back. And that includes plants, insects, mammals and birds. All of these things can improve the land and the farming system as well as reducing farmers' inputs and costs.
We're starting to see change already. Improvements in our soil health through soil organic matter and improvements in biodiversity.
We want to use Leckford as an example, as a centre for sharing excellence. We want all of our farmers to be adopting regenerative principles where they can, and we want people to be inspired by Leckford, whether you're a customer buying products in a Waitrose or whether you're a farmer who wants to come and see what we're doing. We want to be that point of inspiration.
We're not saying we've got all of the answers, but we're doing things differently and we're doing things well.
It's a journey. It's not a destination, it's a journey that will take time, but the important thing is to be on that journey now.
The Farming for Nature programme is pioneering in the industry. There are no retailers that are focusing on regenerative agriculture like Waitrose is.
We farm for flavour.
For biodiversity.
For soil health.
For the future.
And for every harvest still to come.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, panel, for coming to the stage. The way this is going to work is they've got 8 minutes each or so, no more, please. And then we will come to a Q&A in the end where I think John Shropshire is coming back to the stage for that, which will be most welcome. introduce the speakers before each talk, but just to let you know, we've got Johnny Wake, Leaf from Courteenhall Farms and Leaf Trustee, Lucy Harler, who's farming manager at G's, future farming manager, excuse me, Janet Dwyer, Professor of Rural Policy at University of Gloucester, Carol Wagstaff, Vice-Chancellor, Pro-Vice-Chancellor at the University of Reading, Jake Freestone, who's obviously with Leaf as well as being from Overbury Enterprises, and I think Dan Stevenson is on the stage as well, is that right? Yeah, from head of Leaf Sustainable Farming. So we are starting off with Dr. Johnny Wake, who, as I say, is managing partner at Courteenhall Farms and also a Leaf trustee. Johnny. Can I just say, is it easier if you stand on that lectern, you block a lot of the screen. Is there a problem with them standing here? Is that all right? I noticed.
I've only got pictures, Tom.
Okay, yeah, fine. I noticed there was some data hidden behind John when he was talking from there. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a picture of my great-grandpa. This is my great-grandpa, amazing guy, amazing soldier. He went across in the first boat to the Boer War. He was at Spee and Cop, the great British military disaster where lots of his fellow brother officers were killed and he somehow survived. He was shot through the neck. I've got the handkerchief that was wrapped around his neck. Smith. In the First World War, he was over the top at Ypres. Again, lots of his fellow brother officers died. He somehow survived. He was promoted to be in charge of wargaming what the Germans were going to do. This culminated in him presenting to Field Marshal Haig and the Prime Minister. Even in the Second World War, he was a King's Messenger. And he was awarded the MC for bravery. And you're thinking, why is this man banging on about his great-grandfather at a conference for Leaf? We have a letter from him to his younger brother that he wrote during the Boer War, where he said, if I get knocked on the head, whatever you do, don't sell the farm and don't screw it up. And the reason I tell you that is because obviously he was thinking about land beyond himself. You know, land is for the long term, and we are long-termists in this room, and we are long-termists existing in a short-term world. And I think that is our big selling point. That is something we need to be proud of and shout about more. Long-termism. And long-termism is the reason, I'm a long-termist, it's the reason why I wanted to be involved with Leaf, it's why I wanted to be involved with regenerative farming and involved with the Regenerative Academy that David mentioned earlier. We got any slides? I mean, I don't need slides, they're just pictures. We'll just keep talking, yeah, good. There's a picture of a cow, imagine behind you, of a traditional Hereford cow. Are we regen farmers? How do you define regen? We are following regenerative practices at home in South Northamptonshire where we're farming. We, for example, had sheep from a local grazier grazing all our pasture areas pretty hard for decades, and we have gone back to having traditional Hereford cows, outwintered all year, and no supplementary feed, very extensively grazed, and it's been wonderful. And it's very hands-off. They're living a very wild life. We just check they got water and that they're alive, and that's pretty much it. We're also poultry farmers, and you have to now imagine a picture of Carl, our poultry farm manager, with some of his chicks. Broiler chickens, this was a big, scary loan from a bank for us, knew nothing about poultry farming at all, and we've now got 8 sheds of broiler chickens supplying Cranswick, and there's loads of advantages for that in terms of our soil. As you can imagine, we've got, here we go, there's Carl. We've got the muck from the chickens to go onto our land, and we've got cross-pollination of labour and kit, a hedge against the price of wheat. Poultry farming actually is quite profitable, unlike most other types of farming, as most of you in this room know. So I really like poultry farming. It's a wonderful part of our business. Arable farming, we are min-till. We're trying to zero-till wherever we can. We're on heavy clay land, hand-slip clay in North Hants. We use catch and cover crops, particularly focusing on catch crops at the moment. We have a real focus on nitrogen use efficiency, poultry muck being part of that. We're wild farmed growers. I mean, we do loads. I only have 8 minutes to talk about this and Region Academy. It is impossible, you'll appreciate. Please ask more questions in the Q&A. But we really genuinely think of stewardship as our 4th type of farming at home. John will take a bit of issue with me with this, but I love being paid by you, the taxpayer, to do stuff for nature, as well as growing food on the side, if you like. And we're in a 10-year higher tier program with Natural England, We do the usual kind of AB8, AB9 wild birdseed pollen nectar mixes, which are about 12% of our farm. But in terms of actually the main part of the rotation, half of our effectively combinable rotation is actually an AB15 leguminous fallow. So we are using that as a proxy for livestock, carrying on getting our soils into good condition for the period of this mid-tier, sorry, higher tier, before we can then get livestock into that rotation. We're on grade 3 and grade 4 land. We can't grow the lovely stuff that John grows, and I hate being a commodity grower. I hate just producing these crops under the combine and then having to sell them to merchants. We are price takers, and we don't have any connection with our consumers. And for that reason, we are taking the foolhardy, starting a pub-like venture of building a large farm shop and cafe. You can see a mock-up here. But I feel really, really strongly this is the right direction for us to go in. Not only have we got a good location, but I really want to be able to connect with the local community, for them to feel like this is their place, to do the things that John was talking about so that they can understand farming, understand land management, and really connect. And I also want local producers, the 1-2 person producers who are all in our area, who really struggle to be able to think of this as their place as well, so that they have somewhere to sell directly to the consumer and have visibility. And last of all, as a farmer, as a grower, this gives me opportunities to grow crops that are different to wheat and barley. I can grow agroforestry now. I can grow fruit and pears and apples and pears and nuts because I now have a direct route to the consumer. And that stops me being a price taker as well. I'm a price maker when we get this up and running, if we ever do. So I'm really, really excited about that. I didn't even mention the pigs. So we have pigs almost for fun, but they are our eco-engineers in terms of our livestock. We just have a handful, which we make into sausages for everyone who works on the team each year. But of course, they do loads of wonderful things for nature and biodiversity. And the thing, we had never had a plan to go regen. It was almost an accident. It was just a kind of, this is what we're going to have to do. And so we started taking some of the steps towards it. I'd love to say that 12 years ago when I took over, I had this vision. I didn't. These things have just kind of stumbled. We've stumbled upon them. But now we've gone in that direction. There's really no turning back. The benefits are very, very obvious to us. I've got some pictures up of orchids here. This is a pyramidal orchid and beekeeping orchid, which have started appearing on our parkland and pasture, which we've never had in my lifetime before. And there's a reason for that. And we've got dung beetles. I mean, Jake, I know you've got them as well. It's just fantastic to have dung beetles back now that we've got outwintering cattle all around. John talked about how you define sustainability. I mean, for us, everyone always talks about environmental sustainability, and I've mentioned some of those things, and we've talked about water as well, which I think is key. And we all know about financial sustainability. I'm a regen farmer because I believe it actually makes me feel more financially resilient. Yes, there are some challenges in terms of yield, but I have much lower costs, and that makes me much more resilient. But the thing that always gets forgotten about, I think, when you talk about sustainability and indeed regen, is the community. And I've mentioned that already. We are keen Open Farm Sunday members. I really believe in it. We have our own charity based at Courteenhall where we take kids who are struggling to engage with education, put them through SEND regulated program, and I see the difference between the start and the end. And if we don't engage with our local communities as farms, as land managers, if we pull up the drawbridge, we'll be like a piece of flesh that doesn't have a blood supply. We will necrose, and we won't have a license to practice. So I really think, and I know I'm preaching to the converted in this room, but we've got to spread the word that we've got to engage with our communities. But look, if regen was that simple, everyone would do it. And I really hate the idea of people standing up here and saying, look at us, we've done this fantastic job. I think you learn more from mistakes than successes in many ways, and I've made loads of mistakes. This is a picture of our old drill, which my friend Will Oliver bought off us and still hasn't taken our logo off. I inherited a system of 12-meter control traffic system. It was beautiful. It was wonderful, shiny kit, reduced the compaction really, really well, but it absolutely was killing us in terms of fixed cost per hectare. It just didn't stack up, and we had to make a change from that. We tried mob grazing sheep very early on in my tenure at home. Local grazer wasn't moving the sheep in it quickly enough, and our soil just wasn't ready to take it, and it was a complete disaster. And that's one of the lessons of regen that I've learned the hard way is you have to go slowly. It's such a cheesy phrase, it's a journey, but it really is a journey rather than a destination. We've struggled with our AB15 establishment at time, with cover crops, what seed mixes we use. And the risks of getting it wrong are plain to see. We all know that there are barriers to taking up regen farming, one of which, of course, is financial, because people worry about, well, if my yields are going to go down, so is my bottom line. But I really urge those people, you need to think about your bottom line rather than the yields. We're not interested in pub yields. We want to be able to actually have a financially resilient business. But I think perhaps an even bigger risk or barrier to adopting regen possibly is cultural in our industry. I remember reading James Rebank's English Pastoral, and if many of you may have read the book, and you may remember the passage where he talks about a young farmer coming back to the Lake District, having been at Ag College, trying out some new things that he'd learned at Ag College, and then failing, and the old boys in the pub being absolutely delighted that he'd failed. And we have this kind of a negative thing, and there's a columnist in Farmers Weekly, who I shouldn't name, who's always down on regen farming, and I just think, if you don't have to do it yourself, but why not take interest and encourage other people who are taking some risks and trying some new things? I don't think we should be afraid of failure. I don't think we should be afraid of having egg on our faces for trying new things. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why I like the Leaf Regen Academy idea. There is lots of information out there. As a farmer, as you, the farmers as well, my God, you probably aren't thinking, oh, I need more information in my life. There's plenty of it out there. However, Leaf is uniquely positioned in this space. It's got credibility, it's got scale, it's got stature, it's got expertise, and of course it's got its link to the supermarkets. The late, great Caroline Drummond had a really good turn of phrase. When she was talking about the word sustainability, she would sometimes say, if I said to you that my marriage was sustainable, would you think that's okay? And I thought that was great in terms of regen versus sustainability. She also said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Ladies and gentlemen, you in this room are the people that can help us shape something wonderful with this academy, and you know the other people who can help us as well. Please help us create something that we can be deeply proud of, and help us make the world just a little bit better and a bit more long-termist. Thank you.
Thank you, excuse me, thank you very much indeed. Johnny, that was really, really good, really clear. I totally loved it. And I just want to be clear, I don't know whether you mic'd up there, aren't you? Can you just give us in a couple of sentences what the Leaf Regen Academy is? Because I know there's a press release about it, but can you just, because it's going to come up a lot, just a couple of sentences just before we move on.
I'm going to pass the buck to Dan.
Yeah, Dan, could you just give it, maybe you're coming to that, but just so people kind of know, what are we talking about here?
Of course.
Headline terms.
It's a platform for sharing knowledge and experience across geographies and sectors, and really flexing and leveraging Leaf's angle across knowledge exchange and farmer experiences. So exactly as Johnny alludes to, there is no shortage of information out there or shortage of people telling farmers how they should be doing something, but actually it's sharing those experiences and failures really crucially, I think, in those different areas, and with Leaf sitting at the centre. So it's going to develop over a number of years, but in the early year it will be a platform for sharing a lot of our existing resources and knowledge exchange approaches.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll hear more and develop more on that later in the day. But now I'd like to move on to Lucy Harrier, who is a future farming manager at G's Group. Lucy.
Go, Lucy.
Thank you very much, Tom. Can you hear me if I stand here? Perfect, lovely, thank you. My name's Lucy, I'm the Future Farming Manager at G's Fresh. So I run a small team that is responsible for the development work, research and some of the trials work in transitioning our farming to more regenerative practices. So we've already had a fantastic business introduction and an introduction to our sustainability work from John, so that saves me hopefully a minute and makes my 8-minute target a little more achievable, so we'll see how I get on. I've got the clicker, haven't I? Perfect. All right. So our sustainability agenda at G's is extremely important to us, as John alluded to in his talk. And if we look at our farming agenda, the sustainability is really broken down into these 3 pillars. So to drive down our greenhouse gas emissions, to improve our soil health, and to improve our biodiversity. And historically, we've sort of approached these as almost separate pillars. So we've got a team working on our carbon reduction, we've got a team working on the soil health, that's us, and then looking at our biodiversity monitoring and improvement. But we're increasingly aware that these 3 pillars are completely and utterly interdependent and overlapping, and one doesn't work without the other. We cannot achieve our SBTi approved carbon reduction targets without having a healthy, functioning soil that is cycling and eventually sequestering carbon. When we have that healthy and functioning soil ecosystem, that will be characterized by abundant and a diverse below and above ground ecosystem, so increased biodiversity across all of the trophic levels, and this increased biodiversity will help us cycle the nutrition and draw down the carbon that helps us achieve our carbon targets. So they're very intermingled, and we feel that we can achieve all of these targets partly and hopefully fully through the expression of regenerative agriculture in the context of our salads business. So we're not going to delve too much into what is the definition of regenerative agriculture. I think that's early, we don't want to go down today. But just to give an understanding of where our mind, not in 8 minutes anyway, Tom, our mindset with regen, where we're kind of coming from in our understanding of how and why it works at G's. If I was to put it in one slide, it's this one here. So we're really looking at turning around that negative feedback loop that industrial farming has been in for decades of reliance on cultivation, reliance on agri-chem that leads to a heavier reliance on bigger machinery to do more cultivation and more agri-chem. So we're trying to turn that round and really get this positive, self-perpetuating positive cycle. And it all relies on living plants in living and functioning ecosystems, photosynthesizing to their maximum capacity, pulling down carbon, harvesting sunlight, pulling down carbon from the atmosphere, and using that carbon to feed, through the action of root exudates, a more wider and more diverse microbiome. As we have a wider and more diverse microbiome working for us, we have improved soil structure, improved nutrient availability for our crops. Those healthier crops can photosynthesize more, pulling more carbon down and feeding a more wide and diverse microbiome. So as we get this sort of flywheel effect spinning, this is what we are after in every single action that we make on the farm. So whether that is the introduction of multi-species cover crops, whether it's reduced tillage practices where appropriate, and there's a couple of accelerators that we're using to help spin this flywheel faster. So one of them is our SAP testing and enhanced nutrition program, and the other is making use of Johnson Sioux biological inoculants. I'm not going to go into too much detail about them, but if anybody's interested in either of those two subjects, please catch me at the break, because I'm always more than happy to get nerdy about microbes and nutrition. So what have we seen at G's from kind of stepping into this world of regen? And I'll start with going back a little bit to why we wanted to make a change in the first place. We, in our Cambridgeshire site, we're farming predominantly on lowland peats, and we're blessed with soil that is extremely fertile and enables us to farm the crops that we're farming and have the success that we do. We had got some of this land to a point where it was almost impossible to continue farming salads because of some fundamental misunderstandings and mismanagement of the land itself. So you can see here that we, for context, the farm that we've got here, the block of land in the images here, is characterized, it's about 20 to 30% organic matter, but it has an underlying chemical imbalance, and the magnesium-calcium ratio, we've got a bit of a magnesium dominance. That means when it gets wet, it draws together and it goes kind of like putty, and when it dries, it pulls and it cracks. We were trying to fight the symptom of that with cultivation. So we were trying to have a physical response to a chemical issue and a biological issue. And we had the results that you can see here: dry, cracked land, huge anaerobic blocks with absolutely no roots, no biology, no airspace, no water penetrating those blocks. The more we cultivated, the worse the problem got. We've integrated on this block of land now the regenerative farming principles, particularly making use of reducing our cultivation, multi-species cover crops, overwinter cover crops, and spring cover crops, and where we can get them into the rotation, and the Johnson Sioux biological inoculants. And we've been working away at that for 5 years on this part of land with a real kind of intensity. And the transformation that we've seen in a relatively short time has been so, so exciting. So hopefully, instantly, we are able to see a difference in the colour, in the soil structure. We're really getting that kind of chocolate cake structure that I know was mentioned in the video in the break there. What's really, really exciting for me is to see the return of biology to these soils. So we can see more earthworms, we can see more creepy, crawly critters whenever we put a spade in the ground. But we're also seeing these big fungal networks that are just under the ground. So these images were taken, the one on the left was taken underneath a spring green manure crop ahead of a lettuce crop. And then the image here is taken from post-planting of the lettuce crop, about 10 days after those blocks went in. So what we're seeing is, first of all, an improvement of the soil structure through the profile, and a connectivity through that profile which we'd not previously seen. And these fungal mycelial networks really wrapping around and connecting the dying roots of the winter cover crop with the living roots of the green manure cover crop, and then making those direct associations with the lettuce roots. And when we've got that connectivity, when we've got that biology talking to each other, that is when we step into the kind of magic zone of the nutrient cycling and the nutrient availability to these crops, as well as that profile allowing for better water movement through the profile. What we saw on Kings was absolutely fantastic, and really gives us a sense that all of the hard work over the last 5 to 10 years, which sometimes is difficult to see, is really now starting to pay off. This block of land in particular, on the field shown here, had our highest yielding iceberg crop of the season this year, and we utilised 40 kilos of nitrogen across the whole lot, which is a drastic reduction on years gone by. So to see this visible evidence has been really exciting for us. Just to give a slightly different context, so you can't accuse me of anything's possible on peat, we've got our Spanish farming business. So our Spanish context is very, very different. We're applying the same principles, but in a vastly different environment. So our Spanish context is characterized by lower organic matter soils, very overworked, very highly intensive salad production areas, and water scarcity and water quality is one of the biggest challenges that we face in integration of the regenerative principles into our Spanish context. One of the biggest challenges here was overcoming the mindset of having to irrigate a cover crop. So water is such a valuable and such a scarce resource in this farming context that wasting water on something that you're not getting money for was a real challenge for us to get our heads around. But what we have seen is that where we have taken the step and we've started to incorporate those cover crops in, again, combination with reduced tillage, is that we're seeing it pay back tenfold. So where we have this improved soil structure starting to chip away and make improvements in that soil organic matter, in the soil structure, and again, starting to trial the Johnson-Su biological inoculants, the water holding capacity of those soils has vastly increased, and we're actually using less water. So a little bit up front is making payback tenfold later down the line. I'm a biochemist by training, so all this visible and pictures and the fluffy story is lovely, but I like to see some hard data. This data is from our Cambridgeshire site, where we've got 40 sample fields that we test every year to try and get that quantitative data to see that we're making a change in the soil. So we do a variation of the AHDB soil health scorecard, where we're looking at VES tests, worm counts, water infiltration rates, and we also do some biological testing as well. And what we're seeing is, as we gather larger and larger data sets over the years, that we're seeing steady trends, particularly in things like worm counts and water infiltration tests, that we're making year on year on year improvements. The, poorly labelled graph in the bottom right-hand corner here is a graph to show our nitrogen use, our synthetic nitrogen applications on our summer conventional salad crops. So again, showing steady trends and a reduction of the required inputs as we are getting functioning soils that are actually working for us, rather than just holding up a plant that we're sort of hydroponically farming, as we were sort of slipping into previously. This time, all right, I'm very nearly done. So the previous slides tick my boxes as a biologist and a vegetarian and a proud wearer of Birkenstock sandals. However, when I take this to our farm managers and our accountants, there is another aspect that we need to look at as well. And so, again, a very farmer spec spreadsheet, apologies. But if I am going to my farm manager and saying, look, Charles, I want 28 grand to grow some cover crops to feed my biology, please. Sometimes a hard sell. If I go to my farm manager and say, hey, I need 28 grand to grow cover crops to feed my biology, please, but it's going to save you £21,000 on nutrition that cover crop is cycling for us. It's going to save us on diesel. It's going to save us on labour in cultivations. That's a much easier sell. So with our internal targets and our external commitments, providing these measures and metrics for regenerative agriculture is really, really important for us to be able to continue this journey and tell the story to ourselves and to our customers. We at GEES, we don't have a finalised set of metrics, but we are exploring a basket of options that covers, and I think has to cover, our management practices, our soil health, our plant health, our inputs and our carbon measures and metrics, including data from flux towers, and really, really vitally, our profit and loss. Because we don't just see regenerative agriculture as a sort of moral obligation to do better on the land that we're farming. It is, at the end of the day, a business case. Thank you very much. Overrun a little, apologies.
Thank you very much. Absolutely brilliant. So much, real hard data and great imagery as well. Can I just check with the teams? Are the presentations available to people in the audience? With the permissions? Because I think I've seen a lot of people taking photos and things like that of what's on the screen. You've all got had some great data on there, which I'm sure people would like to have and take away and be able to mull over and indeed spread the word later on. Right, next we have Professor Janet Dwyer, who is Professor of Rural Policy, Countryside and Community at the Research Institute at the University of Gloucestershire. Thank you, Janet.
Thank you, Tom. And thank you, Johnny and Lucy, for a fantastic start to this panel. I'm the boring academic, but I'll try not to be boring. I don't think I'm here because I'm an academic. I'm here because I've been a long-standing follower and supporter of LEAF since its very early days. So I'm just going to do a little bit of big picture stuff about where I see regen and the role that I think LEAF has been playing and will continue to play. And I'm very excited to hear about your new initiatives going forward. So, the question we were asked to look at is regenerative agriculture. Is it revolution, evolution, or cultural transition? And I think maybe it's a little bit of all those things. But what I wanted to say is that for me, first and foremost, regeneration is a social movement. It's a community of people. It's an exciting energy. It's not a theory, and it's not a policy where somebody from government's telling you what to do. So, moving on. For me, I first came across the idea of regenerative agriculture through Vic Jordan's work at Long Ashton. I don't know if other of you in the room remember that, back in the 1990s. In the 80s, he was even talking about it. It was almost about the same time that LEAF was founded. And that was very much about thinking about what if we don't plough, or what if we reduce the amount of cultivations that we do, and what can we do as alternative ways of trying to manage the soil in order to improve its condition and its capacities. So that was kind of like my first introduction to regen. I don't know if it started earlier in America. Others may know more than I do about that. But that was the beginning of a discussion and a dialogue and the building of a community of farmers actively experimenting with different techniques and learning themselves on the ground about what was working, what wasn't, having discussions about different techniques, and increasingly moving those discussions from face-to-face to a whole online kind of environment of people discussing these things through informal and more formal channels. And then we move forward, and I guess the most significant and most visible aspect of regen now for an ordinary member of the public is probably groundswell, isn't it? A bottom-up initiative to share and spread knowledge and engagement among farmers and growers, and starting with the Cherry family in Hertfordshire, and their festival, which I can't remember when I first heard about it. It wasn't the first year, but you know, a tiny thing, but a thing born very much out of this energy and enthusiasm for learning and trying things and doing something new. And that's a quote that they have on their website, you know, started out of a sense of frustration that no one was putting on a summer show to which we might want to go. And I think that was, I can't remember when the Royal Show stopped happening, but you know, there was a time, wasn't there, when there really wasn't enough going on, but there were lots of things going on in farms, and you needed to get people together to start talking about it, and that's where groundswell really picked up a gap in the market, if you like, or a gap in the needs for moving on and progressing in learning about sustainable agriculture and making it real and practical for people. And we've now got a situation where by last year, over 10,000 people were attending that event, and I expect quite a few of you in the room will have been there at some point over the 2 or 3 days. I wasn't at the time. I was actually abroad last year. I went 2 years ago. But you go there and you feel the sense of energy, and you feel that kind of hugely broad perspective there of different people engaging in different types of learning and experiment, and different discussions and debates about what it all means for the future. Thinking about it in terms of sort of words, you know, we had all these words that came at different periods over that 30 years to try and refer to more sustainable, more environmentally friendly, more ecological farming practices and farming systems. And so we might have started with those on the left, or maybe permaculture was also there in the early years. We got these new words, regenerative and low input and conservation grade, coming out of different people's involvement. We're moving into the kind of new language of the movement. So seeing much more the idea that farming itself is a kind of ecosystems management agenda. So it's not that ecology is here and farming's here. The two are actually absolutely interdependent, and that's unavoidable. The new thing that's coming in, which speaks to an agenda of Gen Z and younger, I think, about making sure that farming is not only good for the environment, but it's ethical and inclusive. And so we get a whole load of words that really now represent a huge breadth of involvement in this kind of thinking about farming and where it's going, and how it faces up to the global challenges of climate and biodiversity decline. So those are just principles. I think if you want a definition of regen agriculture, there's a lovely booklet that Leaf's produced talking about regen. So I'd advise you all to pick up a copy, because it just gives you in a nutshell what regen means, and it goes through the principles and the different ways in which people can ally to learning through regen. I would say that what, for me, is so important about this is the third point here, about it being very diverse as a range of techniques and practices that people are using, focused on resilience, but it's also about building confidence and rebuilding confidence among a farming community, which is, I think, often felt like it's being put in the naughty step and told that it's done everything wrong. Regen is not about that. It's about turning things around and saying, actually, we're the solution. We need to experiment. We need to go forward. We need to do things. We need to solve this. It's not environment versus agriculture. It's the two working together. I just think it's worth marking the way in which Leaf has tracked the regen growth and agenda. But I've always felt that actually Leaf is even bigger in some respects than regen. Regen is very much about techniques and the system on the farm and understanding that. So starting with the soil and working from that to the health and the sustainability of the business. Leaf has always had an eye on the market and the consumer and wider society. And so it has this very holistic approach, and it's always, right from the beginning, had people who are at the sharp end of the consumer and retail business involved, which has been really valuable, I think, for what Leaf has managed to achieve. So I think Leaf has the ability to be both embracing regen, but also interrogating it, because there's various different people trying to capture regen and saying it's this or it's that and it's not that. And actually, you have that ability to sort of look at it and try and knit things together across the spectrum, looking for those positive synergies and helping this process of collective learning. So I think the Academy sounds like a great idea. And I would say that you also provide these kind of what I would call structural elements to facilitate regen being part of a transformation, because you have those links up the supply chains. You have that focus on standards and on customer assurance, and you have that process of engagement through the Leaf audit, which has become so important. Sorry, it's called the review now, isn't it? When it was the audit when it first started. So my final slide is regen a revolution, evolution, or a cultural transition? I think it's a revolutionary stimulus. It's telling a positive story, and it's inviting engagement by anybody and everybody, and I think that's a great thing. It's inclusive. It has blurred boundaries. There's been some debate recently about trying to define regen and set up some rules and some standards, and I'm thinking, oh my God, how many times have we been here before with different types of environmentally friendly farming? You know, it's not worth it. The most important thing is actually just to get everybody involved. You know, the blurred boundaries are actually helpful, because otherwise you start saying, are you in or are you out? And then you start being very exclusive, and it all gets rather precious and difficult. And therefore, I think regen is wonderful. I think it's a key ingredient of cultural transition, but it won't be the only thing that we need. We need a lot of other things as well. So we need to bring it together with the net zero agenda, with sustainable livelihoods and the whole ethical and inclusivity debates, with reconnection between people and where their food comes from, with resilience for the wider global environment, yeah, we could get into that on policy further. Anyway, so better quality of life and work for all. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You didn't articulate my favourite word on there, that it is amoeba-like. So when next time anybody asks me what regen, I'll say, well, it's amoeba-like, obviously. No, I think this definitional stuff or the useful lack of it is incredibly important. I've always said this idea of it being a broad tent and open-sided is actually its strength, not its weakness of regen agriculture. Anyway, I'm sure we'll get on to some of that in the Q&A, but I'd like to move on to Professor Carol Wagstaff, who is Pro-Vice-Chancellor for Research at the University of Reading. Carol.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about the process of making the transition to regen farming methods. I think there's broad agreement of where we want to get to, that utopia of healthy, diverse soils and biodiversity above, below ground, good structures, high yields, and so on. But how do we get there? So what I quite often hear, and I was in that tent when Waitrose said all of our suppliers are going to move to regen methods over the next decade, is that, well, the retailers and the food manufacturers take the credit because they're the ones that the consumers interact with. It's the farmer that takes the risk. Suddenly the farmers are told, you will move to regen practices with pretty much no guidance. And in my view, it's co-creation, co-development that is absolutely key to this. And that's where this Regen Academy, I think, will really come to the fore. So I'm going to give you 3 examples of co-development work from my own institution that hopefully illustrate that power of doing things together. The first one we call PICSA. It's actually not about regen particularly, but it's about participatory integrated climate services for agriculture. And for this one, I'm taking you internationally. So this is about supporting smallholder farmers in all sorts of parts of the world who are generally experiencing poverty to make informed decisions. They are the ones that are exposed to climate change most severely. They're seeing that variation year on year. And those of you that know Reading and paid attention to the climate stripes on the very first slide will know that we're really quite good at weather forecasting. We have a huge meteorology department. And put very simply, what PICSA does is it provides micro-forecasting data for those smallholder farmers. It works with them in a participatory way, provides them with information, explores what it is that they might have available to grow or to run as livestock, and lets them make their own decisions. And then we go back and we kind of say, and how did that go? So we evaluate the impact of this. So some of it is numerical, and we've heard a lot about data already today, and I'm sure we're going to hear an awful lot more about the value of data. That's undisputed. And for most of us in this room, and I'm a scientist as well, I mean quantitative data when I talk about data. But I also want to highlight the power of qualitative data, because qualitative data gives you context. So here we have some quant data about how many farmers are taking up the decision-making platform, how the peer-to-peer learning is going, and so on. We also have the qualitative data about the difference it made. And quite often the difference is, you go back, maybe the forecast was that there was going to be high incidence of drought in the forthcoming season. And a farmer, say the female farmer from Malawi, chose more drought-resistant varieties of beans. We know these are not necessarily going to be the highest yielding varieties of beans, but from the information that she had available to her, that's what she chose. And when you go back and you say, how was your bean harvest? She said, it was absolutely awful. But I got some beans, and my neighbours didn't get anything. And that is really powerful, particularly in that developing world context. And this starts to give you the context of those decisions, put some colour, if you like, onto the stories, and starts to show the power of participatory research and how that can aid decision making and how people can decide for themselves what good looks like. I'm going to bring us closer to home now, much closer to home, with my second example. Many of you will know Daisy. Daisy is looking after the partnership we have at the University of Reading with Waitrose and with Leaf to support this transition to more regenerative practices. And this is just one part of Daisy's work, working with Waitrose dairy farmers. And she was asking the question that I have to say she co-developed with them about, well, what practices are already being implemented? So this is about getting the community to talk to each other. And then she co-created solutions with them, and not just with the dairy farmers, but bringing in the retailer as well, so that there was always this dialogue that went beyond the farm gate. And that's really important. Sharing the results with the group, doing farm tours, seeing things in practice, allowing time for discussion and questioning, all the things that farmers said that they wanted from this relationship. And what's the outcome? Relationship building, not only between farmers, but across the supply chain. And often it's not just farmer recourse to Waitrose. There are many intermediaries to that. So it's about building trust throughout that supply chain. Continued engagement, understanding the tensions that exist in there. Well, I can do this, but there might be a compromise over here. How does that actually affect everybody? So there's a greater understanding on all sides about the decision-making process. So the retailer doesn't just sit there and says, well, why haven't you done that? You know, why aren't you providing me with the milk that was supposed to be in your contract? There's a greater understanding there and an opportunity for dialogue. And then everyone can move in the same direction. Instead of pulling against each other, we're all moving down the same river. And the third example I'm going to give is from Millie Hood's work. And again, many of you in the room will know Millie. And she's interested in silver arable culture, and particularly around co-development with farmers, identifying barriers to using agroforestry practice, and co-designing solutions to them. And here I'm just giving you examples, 3 different examples of silviculture. So silver pasture, where you run livestock, promotes biodiversity, lots of good things, contributes to carbon sequestration, I can never say that word, and methane reduction. But really high establishment costs. And with all of this work, there's a great permanency about it. You don't plant a tree and then move it next year. You have to get it right. So, you know, you can see the barrier there. Alley cropping. Again, lots of promotion of diversity, sequestering carbon. You bring in more natural enemies. You reduce the insect pests. But again, you have to fix those alley widths. It makes it really hard to change machinery after you set your tree lines. So you're looking at planning over a long time scale, locking yourself into different decisions. And finally, using poultry as an example. Again, it promotes all the good stuff, the diversity and so on. It reduces disease and reduces seconds and so on. But there's a difficulty there around profitability. It can take longer. You have to have much more establishment time, and that doesn't always fit with tenancy durations and so on. So you can see there are pluses and minuses on all sides. So what did Millie do? She basically got people together to talk to each other. What she wanted to know was the perception of barriers and difficulties, more than actually measuring them themselves. What did people think was going to be the challenge? So she set up discussions with different stakeholders. She conducted some interviews. So it's not a case of running a workshop. This was all before you got to the workshop. So you involve farmers actually in setting the research questions themselves. You don't just go, okay, this is what I think we should be asking you. You let the farmers tell you what the really important questions are to them. And so you can see that you didn't actually get to the workshop until the 3rd box down in that diagram of what she did. And then she had 48 stakeholders in there, different focus groups and so on, and then she did her analysis. You don't need to look at the numbers on this. Essentially, everything that's towards the 1 point end, the left-hand side as we're looking at this, is about, well, this is a really important thing for me to know, or I already know it. So this is the kind of the confidence end. The 5 point end is, this is daunting, this is difficult, this is going to be a challenge. And what was quite interesting from this work is actually that farmers were pretty confident around the farming aspects of it, which is perhaps not surprising, but the ecological aspects and so on. What they were nervous about was the finance. What's this going to cost my business? How am I going to make this decision? And I think this is going to be really risky financially. Plus, the barriers were time constraints. Where do I get my trusted information from? I'm being told to do this stuff. How do I make that decision? And so you can start to see where the barriers are. So, as a result of this work, Millie developed a 10-step agenda for adopting agroforestry and managing it effectively, taking into account these concerns so that farmers can learn from each other, support each other, share data, share information so they can move forwards. So my point today is to argue for the power of co-creation, to put farmer knowledge that's there at the heart of decision-making. Use the research as evidence, but co-create that research in the first place so that we do with people, we don't do to people. And during that process, then we de-risk it. We de-risk that process of transition so we can move to that promised utopia, but in a confident, lowered risk way. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Carol. And now to Jake Freestone, who is a farm manager at Overbury Enterprises and a Leaf trustee.
Thanks very much, Tom. 8 minutes is a very short amount of time, but those of you that know Gary Zimmer from America, he can speak really fast. So I'm going to do my best to give an impression of Gary. This is what it's about. Overbury will be very well known for you, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here to present to you our brief history about our journey through regenerative agriculture. It's a really mixed farm, Cotswold brash, sandy soil, clay soils. It's challenging, it's fun, it's beautiful. It's part of a wider estate. It's been in the same family for over 300 years, and it's a real pleasure and a privilege to have some degree of ownership and control and looking after over that period of time. The farming sits within a much wider business: property, let land, shooting, forestry, a nursery school, communications business, and a water business. And as a farmer, what we do on the top of the hill comes out of my tap in the kitchen. So we do have an awful lot of responsibility in what we do. But I want to take you back to about 2011. So we're going to go back 15 years or so, when we all had a bit more hair and we had a few less wrinkles. Wheat price, £165 a tonne. Malting barley, £180 a tonne. Oilseed rape, about £380 a tonne. The John Deere 150 horsepower tractor back then would cost you about £35,000. Right now, it's just around 140,000. Costs were rising. They are out of our control, so what can we do about it? DEFRA suggested at the time that their staff should all get out on farms to have a look at what that actually means to run a farming business. And I think that's still really relevant today. Jim Pace was the farming minister, and what a great time that was looking back. So what did we do about it? We could see reduced support, we could see prices staying about where they were, increased regulation, more challenges. So we came into regenerative agriculture not knowing what that was. It was about, for us, an economic decision. How can we be more efficient, more profitable? The learnings that we have subsequently discovered about reduced impact on the environment, our water, our air, improving our worm numbers, everything that Lucy's been saying, has come as a subsidiary of that decision made on economics. Open Farm Sunday at that time was 5 years old. The 5th year anniversary is for wood, symbolising strength, durability and natural growth. And here we are. What a fantastic job the team has done. But we knew at that point we had to change what we were doing. Soil, really precious resource. And when I started work, I can remember Penelope telling me, the soil on the farm has been here for 300 years. We need to make sure we improve it, we look after it, we enhance it. So things had to change. And challenges were coming down the road. We had to change some of our cropping. We had to change how we managed the soil, our machinery profile. Heavy rainfall events becoming more and more frequent, and don't we know that in the 16 years since that point. It coincided with my Nuffield farming scholarship when I had the privilege to go around the world, and this picture sticks in my mind. This is the front cover of David Montgomery's book called Dirt, and those of you that haven't read that, please do so. It talks about civilization, and every 1,000 years civilization crashes based on the need and the drive for food. We're about at that 1,000 years now, so do watch out. And part of my travels, we went to the Noble Foundation in Oklahoma. Lloyd Noble set that up in 1914. And he said something that really stuck in my mind, was that the land must continue to provide our food, our clothing and our shelter long after the oil has gone. And doesn't that mean a lot today? So this is also my light bulb moment on Nuffield. Two very different management systems separated by a road, 2 inches of rain, organic, what am I talking about? Higher organic matter on the left-hand side as I'm looking at it, the left-hand side as you're looking at it as well. Reduced tillage, direct drilling, residue on the surface, 110 degrees Fahrenheit, really windy, just had 2 inches of rain. It percolated into that soil there. 33% of UK wheat yields are still drought limited. So this information can come back. On the right-hand side, cultivation, soil structure completely smashed. The rain didn't infiltrate. It blew away on the surface. That farmer had no chance of seeding anything. So how does that come back to Overbury and what we're doing? We've taken the principles of regenerative agriculture, and we started off with our direct drilling, and it's made some huge benefits in terms of what we're doing. Reduced nitrogen leaching from the soil. Reduced costs of machinery ownership and of running costs. In our plough-based system, we used to use about 52 litres per hectare of diesel to establish a crop. When we bought the cross slot up from New Zealand, we were down to 17. We're now down to about 5 litres a hectare. It's reduced our carbon footprint for the establishment of all of our crops, including cover crops, down from a CO2 equivalent of 123 tonnes across the farm down to 18. That's 15% of what we used to do. So timeliness of operation is also key. With bigger equipment, able to get over working windows faster. We can establish a hectare of wheat now in 12 minutes. It used to take us nearly an hour. Can't do direct drilling without cover cropping. We've spoken about it before. Lucy's had loads of statistics, absolutely fantastic. For us, diversity is really important. Mixed species creates habitats above and below ground. They're not very cheap to establish and to buy the seeds, but the payback in terms of nutrients that these crops can deliver to us are absolutely huge. One snapshot was a cover crop, summer cover, 16 different species. This was in 2021. Nitrogen was £700 a tonne. What we captured in that canopy alone was worth over £500 just in nitrogen, let alone phosphorus and potassium in there. So the cost was £100 a hectare. We had a 7-fold return on that investment. Absolutely huge. Diverse rotation, also hugely important. Spreads marketing risks, gives us opportunities. Grass definitely needs to be in the rotation, and as does clovers, legumes, brassicas, so it all needs to be mixed up. It also helps us with our integrated farm management policies through LeafMark and everything that we've been doing with Leaf. And livestock, carefully integrated into the farming system, grazing permanent grass, grazing cover crops, grazing herbal lays, stubble turnips, vetches. Livestock production has increased. Costs of growing the red meat sector on the farm has reduced. They're housed outdoors all year round now. We're saving £15,000 a year, not having to make hay, silage, not having to get rid of plastic. We have a wool shedding breed of sheep that's coming through the flock now, so we're saving in terms of shearing costs, and so on and so forth. All of these things have moved through as we have developed and responded to the farming system. And then most recently, with definite thanks to the Linda Foundation, and Leaf was getting involved in agroforestry. It's been on the back burner for a number of years, but actually to see it developed and in the farm landscape, but 2025, what a year to try and establish trees. We spent a lot of time with a very big watering can, trying to keep them all going. But that's creating carbon, it's capturing carbon, it is providing landscape movement for our insects, our birds, creating marketing opportunities in the future. We've got fruit trees, we've got nuts, we've got browsing trees in there, something that Robert Kynaston said years ago, I still remember it. The cows coming out of the dairy parlour wanted to go and browse some willow. So we've got willow in there for the livestock as well. And my very final slide is this. It is a moving feast, and it is fantastic to be involved with the Regen Academy. And there's so much knowledge and enthusiasm out there for it. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, everybody. I mean, extraordinary sort of concentrated nuggets of information. I feel each of those needs to be expanded and gone into later, but we've already overrun, so that's not going to happen here on the stage. Please get your hands up. I've got plenty of questions myself, but you don't want to hear from me, so let's hear some questions. If you can, put them to an individual rather than the whole panel, because I really won't have time to get through. So please, come on, don't be shy. Okay, you're being a bit, oh no, you're not being a bit shy. There, gentleman there. Thank you.
Yeah. Great. Rob Kynaston, previously. But actually, I'm just thinking about Regen as a fig leaf for some farmers. Do you think that people are going to hide, but, oh, I'm a Regen farmer, so what I do is all right?
Okay, I think this is probably either for Carol or Janet, who both talked about the definition of this. As I said, a benefit for it being open-sided in a way, but also a risk for, frankly, people taking the mickey. Janet first.
Okay, I just say that it's very easy to criticise very quickly, and that for some people that journey towards more sustainable practices takes time. And they, everybody uses fig leaves sometimes, don't they? The proof is in the pudding. It's what the evidence is at the end of the day. If we've actually improved the environment, if we've maintained food production, if we've got good, viable farming businesses and happy people. So I wouldn't worry too much about the fig leaf argument. I think the most important thing is to be looking at what can we show, what can we demonstrate from people engaging in this practice. You know, people used to say the same thing about leaf back in the 90s. They said, oh, it's all been funded by the chemical companies. You know, it's just a fig leaf. It doesn't mean anything. And look where it's come since then.
Janet, there is a risk, isn't there? Because particularly in the environmental space, there are a lot of people who are, let's say, quite fundamentalist in their views, and so they love to pick out things that, you know, don't reach the high level. Carol, what do you think there's a risk here?
Let those without sin throw the first stone. Sorry.
Yeah, Janet, yeah. Carol.
Carol.
I think in terms of fig leaves, I don't think the farmers are wearing them. I think possibly other points in the supply chain are in danger of wearing them and greenwashing.
Right.
I would agree with Janet that if we can develop a framework for knowing what good or better looks like, what's that journey of improvement and how do we evidence it, that's what I hear farmers wanting, is to understand how the heck they can measure that all the things that they're doing are actually making a difference.
You're getting a lot of nods from your fellow farmers here. And I think there is always this danger of making the perfect the enemy of the good in all these things. Yes, here and then there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great start. Thank you, panel. Michael Lee, Deputy Vice-Chancellor at Harper Adams University. John, congratulations on the Fen Soils project. It's fantastic. And that primary data about understanding emissions from soils. So the question to the panel, have we got the baselining right for UK soils and therefore the true capacity to capture carbon? Because I think a lot of our current models are wrong.
Okay. John?
Baseline data for the Fens is definitely wrong. We absolutely know that.
In what sense is it wrong?
Well, the estimate in lowland peat is that the emissions are 2.5 million tonnes a year, but it cannot be correct because it's based on a number from deep peat. There's only 8,000 hectares of deep peat. They've just blanketly applied that 32 tonnes a hectare across the entire lot. Well, a lot of the peat has disappeared already or gone, or that's siltland. They're applying that tonnage to, mineral soil that's got a very low carbon content anyway. So we know it's the wrong number, and Fenland Soil are working very hard to try.
Wrong in the sense it exaggerates it.
It's an exaggerated, yeah. It's at least double what the real number is.
Okay.
And actually, Cambridge University accept that. There's a lot of academics who accept that point. We're trying to get to that number. It's very frustrating, to be quite honest.
Anybody else like to pick up this question of soil baseline data? Okay. Yes, go on, Carol.
Having a baseline, whether it's soil or anything else that you're measuring, is really important. That we're in danger of almost missing the boat of measuring the starting point. We're so busy going down this track of we must improve, and I don't say we should stop doing things, but for God's sake, let's measure where we started from, otherwise we won't know what better is.
Thank you very much. A gentleman there, and then there's a lady.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. John Gregson, Regenerative UK. I've got a quick question about AI, actually. Lots of talk about AI helping farming, but given the massive environmental impact of AI data centres, are we just going to end up offshoring a massive mess if we go headfirst into AI? And this was a question that I was asked a few weeks ago, so I'd just like to know from the panel what they think that risk looks like.
We're a bit more AI focused later in the day, so I'm going to take it. I hope you're going to stay because
that's a bit slippery.
Well, who would like to pick up? Let's go, Lucy. You were speaking a bit about data and knowledge on your farm. To what extent is AI relevant to you?
Yeah, in different aspects, we definitely. We're engaging, particularly in biodiversity reporting. I think there's a huge opportunity for AI. We work with, I think I've seen Stefan in the room, we work with some bioacoustics that use AI models to run through the data. So it's important. I'll be honest, it's not something I've considered about the environmental impacts of the AI on the back end, but I think working with data is absolutely vital for us, and if AI can help us with that and help us make good stories out of the data we've got, we'll try and use it for the positive.
Yeah. Incidentally, far from being slippery, in many ways I completely agree, and I think that some of the developments of AI are totally horrific in terms of their energy use and the hype bubble around it, but I would like to delve into that a bit more later on, if I may. Yes, I think there's a lady just here. If we could get a mic here, that'd be great. Thank you. Sorry to make you run around. It's all good for the step count. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Neve. I work in evaluation. And I wanted to pick Janet's brain about a comment she made about certification and defining regenerative agriculture. I think the words you used were, it can get precious and difficult. And I've heard different opinions. I'm a bit of a newbie to this space on the power of defining it and certifying it and regulating it. And especially being here at Leaf, which has a standard. I just wanted to pick your brain on what's the difference maybe with what Leaf's doing and the certification it has versus your opinions on certifying regenerative agriculture.
Would there ever be a regen mark?
Yeah, we'll Leaf do it.
Yeah.
Janet.
I think history does matter here, and I think the fact that we already have a range of certification options for people to look at if they want to show either their people in their supply chain or their direct customers or anybody else that they're on a journey. But the thing I really do feel is that, nobody's solved the environmental crisis yet. We're all learning. We all need to keep learning and keep experimenting. And my worry is that if you kind of divert all your attention onto saying, let's try and define this thing, set it down. I mean, there were clear market advantages a long time ago for organic and then for Leaf to be trying to sort of set some structure in the supply chain so that people could say, this is the kind of thing, this is the kind of standard people should be aiming for. But we're in a different place now. And I think all you're likely to do is end up, splitting the movement, which weakens potentially your ability to move forward.
Thank you. We've had a couple on definition, so I'm going to leave it there for now. Yes, you've got a mic at the back there.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Buchanan. Just for now, I'm going to...
Hold the mic a bit closer, please.
Okay, is that better?
Yep.
For today, I just want to speak as a smaller farmer. We've heard from some inspirational, really very large farms. I think the magic of regenerative farming, and I am a regenerative farmer, and I am certified by Regenerative, is that it can make a difference to small farmers' profitability, and we need to worry about the smaller farmers. They are the backbone of this country, and I just fear that we look up always to the big farms, which can show the way, but can we start to address this argument so that it gives a way forward for the smaller farmers, often only livestock farmers, they're not intercropping at all, they're just livestock farmers. This is a way to become truly profitable. And for me, just this year, for instance, I had the cattle out on very wet land for 3.5 weeks longer than I have ever had them before in the winter. 3.5 weeks of no straw, 3.5 weeks of very little hay fed. That makes a very big difference if you're a very small farm. Point one. Second point, confidence. We talk a lot about the risks, and it's frightening, and it's everything else. It really isn't. We've got to be really careful not to keep talking about how frightening it is to make the move. If we want people to follow, let's talk about the opportunities and the excitement. You know it all. Let's just recast the narrative, I would suggest.
Thank you. Very good point on the opportunity. And yes, and Dan.
Just wanted to back up Elizabeth's points. Exactly, that's what the Regen Academy is setting out to do. Exactly that.
Open to smaller farmers?
Open to all farmers, so farmers can see themselves reflected in that community of practice, and whilst addressing the barriers is important, also talking about the positives that brings in terms of the economic benefits as well as environment is exactly what we're setting out to do. So it's brilliant to hear Elizabeth's point on that, and hopefully that's what we're going to address.
And Jake, presumably you have a lot of smaller farmers from smaller farms, I should say, coming to you, and Open Farm Sunday isn't just full of people coming out from the towns. Presumably quite a lot of farmers come and sniff around what you're doing.
We do have quite a lot of farming visitors as well, yeah, and I think they just find it interesting. Farmers learn from farmers, and actually getting them in a field with a spade, just having that discussion, kicking some tyres, is one of the key aspects of that. They can actually see it and feel it and hold it and learn a bit.
But do you often hear, oh, it's all right for you to take the risk, you're Overbury Estates, you're big, you can afford to fail, I can't?
I do hear that. We can't afford to fail either.
Well, perhaps a little bit more than some.
Because you're a larger farmer, it doesn't mean, it means your costs are probably, that bit greater again. I think what it does give us the option to do is to try and collaborate with neighbours, and I think that's something that farmers are not very good at. More collaboration, more machinery sharing will give opportunities to increase profitability as well. So there's kind of different ways to approach it.
Thank you. Yes, gentleman.
Thank you. My name is Khalid Mahmood. I am the partnership lead at the British Society of Soil Science. So I have two questions. One is specifically...
You might only get one, so make it your best one.
Okay. Maybe I have to choose the second one then. Carl, you mentioned the smallholder farmers working in the developing countries. So who should pay the cost of transition? So they haven't got the sort of the risk to take when in initial years you have to lose some productivity as well. Thank you.
Who should pay the cost of transition? Sorry, that was to Carol, was it? Yeah? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't quite...
It was who should pay the cost of transition when you're moving towards a regenerative system. I think that was correct.
So PIXA, the project I think that you're referring to, Khaled, yeah? So that's not specifically about regen. That's about enabling farmers to be more resilient to climate change. And so, in a sense, I wouldn't say it's cost-free, but it enables them to use their available money that they're going to spend on seeds or whatever more wisely, because they have an informed opinion. So I'm not sure that the question is completely aligned.
Does that answer what you are after, Khalid? No. Oh, sorry, just try once more, very quickly.
So Regen is still seen as a bit of marketing tool. Now corporates are putting on their website.
Yeah.
In reality, they're not willing to pay for it.
Right, so if you're not getting it back from the market or the corporates, the extra cost of regen, who is going to pay for it, I think was the point. I don't know, anyone else want to pick this up?
Yeah, I would say that I think there is always a lot of talk about the big yield losses that you have to accept if you're going over to regen and you're changing the system. But I think the approach that you take is everything. So one of our directives when we started our journey towards regen is the customers can't notice or nobody can notice. So we don't want to be accepting yield losses, quality impacts, changes in specs, to be transitioning to regen. And that is achievable when you do it in small steps, one chunk at a time, and not going cold turkey. So I don't think, and hopefully that came across in my presentation, that you have to choose between profitability and sustainability. I think they come hand in hand.
But on that, Johnny, you did talk about a yield drop on your farm, and I was interested to know how big it was, and also is it a blip or is it a permanent drop?
I don't have a clue, to be honest, Tom, and,
Okay.
and nor does anyone. I mean, at Groundswell, they present that graph every year, don't they? And it seems to be massively variable. So I don't think anyone really has the answer to that. And some people say they just see a yield increase straight away. But what I would say in direct answer to Khaled's question is, we know that businesses are out there. There's one just down the road from me that's a big food producer saying all their wheat is regen wheat. It's absolute rubbish. If they want to pay me a premium...
Who are they?
If they want to pay me a premium to grow regen, then great, absolutely fantastic. I think they should be paying for that if they want to make those claims.
Yeah. Yes, probably the final one, but yes, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you, panel. So I'm Oliver Chadwick-Healy from the Waitrose farm at the Leckford estate. Dr. Wagstaff, you referred at the beginning of your talk around retailers taking the credit while farmers take the risk, which I'm not sure I entirely agree with. There's definitely risk for us as well. My question to perhaps Johnny and Jake, what more can retailers do to kind of mitigate that risk for you, or indeed provide more credit for you?
Let's have Jake first.
So we've had discussions with retailers, and they still come back to price. One retailer won't want to give us £20 a tonne for malting barley because it makes them uncompetitive on the supermarket shelf. And that is the significant challenge that we have as growers. This is a multinational brewer who we do lots of environmental audits and things for. And it comes down to price at the end of the day, and that needs to change.
Thank you. John?
Your difficulty is that people say they want food produced in a certain way, but they don't want to pay more for it, right? But to answer your question directly, we'd like longer contracts to give us greater certainty to make those changes. I'd like more direct farmer contracts rather than having to go through lots of middlemen, and I'd like a premium, if at all possible, please.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to change a little bit of Chairman's prerogative, because I was very intrigued. There's many questions I want to ask you, John, but I'll confine myself to this one for now. First of all, an observation. You did say that farmers are the best custodians of the land, but then Lucy said up until now we've had a negative feedback loop in terms of the way we're managing our land. So it does seem to me there's a slight conflict between those two analyses of what farming's been doing for the last few years. But just park that cheeky thought, if you like. Are you, as someone who manages a lot of land, is interested in environment and production? To what extent do you think regenerative farming holds the key, the solution here?
I think, given the time, if we look back to the first part of your point, is my son Charles came back into the UK farming. He'd been working on our farm in Spain 12 years ago, I think now. And he said, well, Father, you've probably messed up the farm over the last 40 years. And my job is to put it right. And, you know, he was absolutely correct. But the time, you know, when I came into the farm, I'm now 70, so I came into the farm in the 70s. And it was a different scenario. You know, we were still on this driving yield. You know, that's what we understood. So for the time, we did the right thing. But this is the right thing now. So I think we are custodians for the time. And we've done a huge amount of biodiversity, literally alongside, okay, messing up our soils. We did a huge amount of investment in biodiversity, trees, hedges, incredible, wetlands and everything. So the second part, now I've forgotten. So what was
it? To what extent do you think regen really is the key to open up?
Regen is a massive part of it. You know, I think we made mistakes. So we did get costs. We did get yield issues. We did get problems. But I think now the early movers need to share their knowledge to the next move. And this is where this academy can work, because we did make mistakes. And, you know, just one example. In the spring, if you've got cover crops and you leave them in the ground too long, they dry the land out really badly in a very, very dry spring. That's just one mistake, but that cost us a lot of money with our, our spring cropping, because the land was so dry when we were trying to establish the crops. So, therefore, you've got to actually, Roundup's a key part of this. So we had to round up earlier before the land dried out in the spring. So things like that, we can share that knowledge, but there's no question about it. It's absolutely vital for the future of British agriculture and our farming system.
Thank you very much indeed. Please put your hands together for an extraordinary panel. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that honestly was one of the most uplifting and informative panel discussions I think I've ever had the honour of chairing. So thank you very much indeed to all the panellists and indeed the LEAF team who pulled that excellent group together. We are moving on to our next panel now, which is all about forging connections, the role of the public engagement in food and farming, and of course we will be talking about Open Farm Sunday as well. Thank you very much indeed. So I think we're straight into a panel with this one. Have I got that right? There's no introductory speaker. Am I right about that? Yes? Straight into a panel, I think. Yeah? I think that's right. Yes, thank you very much. So I'd like to welcome some of the panellists to the stage. Tom Pearson, who is a regenerative farmer in West Cambridgeshire. Carl Edwards, who is Director of Communications and Education and Engagement at LEAF. Christine Knipe, who is Experienced Director at RASE, the Royal Agricultural Society of England. Tara Garnett, who is Director of Table at the University of Oxford. And Michael Sly, MBE Partner and Farms Director at Park Farm. Please do sit down. There's no particular order. Oh, you're being mic'd. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're presenting first, Tom.
Okay, you're presenting first. Lovely. Thank you. Carl, when you say we, do you mean you're presenting, you, Carl?
All of us.
All of us?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Well,
It's not just you, it's not a single person.
No.
Yeah, okay.
LEAF works with farmers in the UK and over 50 other countries to accelerate more sustainable farming through sharing knowledge, driving change, and cultivating connections. 2026 marks 20 years of Open Farm Sunday, farming's annual open day, a perfect chance for farmers to connect with the public. Building trust, connecting communities, and educating the public. Open Farm Sunday enables people to learn how their food is grown, explore the sustainable practices farmers are implementing, and discover the crucial role our farmers play in the health of our people and planet. Together, let's continue to build trust in food and farming for everyone. LEAF works with farmers in the UK and over 50 other countries to accelerate more sustainable farming through sharing knowledge, driving change, and cultivating connections. 2026 marks 20 years of Open Farm Sunday, farming's annual open day, a perfect chance for farmers to connect with the public. Building trust, connecting communities, and educating the public. Open Farm Sunday enables people to learn how their food is grown, explore the sustainable practices farmers are implementing, and discover the crucial role our farmers play in the health of our people.
That will be absolutely great. So is that good to go? Tech team, thank you very much.
Leaf works with farmers in the UK and over 50 other countries to accelerate more sustainable farming through sharing knowledge, driving change, and cultivating connections. 2026 marks 20 years of Open Farm Sunday, farming's annual open day, a perfect chance for farmers to connect with the public. Building trust, connecting communities, and educating the public. Open Farm Sunday enables people to learn how their food is grown, explore the sustainable practices farmers are implementing, and discover the crucial role our farmers play in the health of our people and planet. Together, let's continue to build trust in food and farming for everyone.
Well, a great film, and I do think a lot of us, in a funny way, we take Open Farm Sunday for granted because it's so much part of the structure of Leaf. But I think it's a tremendous thing, and I think we should all give ourselves a round of applause for Open Farm Sunday. On its 20th birthday. So, right, now we are going to very much be in that zone. It's all about forging connections, the role of public engagement in farming, food and health. And once again, we have a series of panellists, and we're going to start with Tom Pearson, who is a regenerative farmer in West Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any slides, so I can not worry about getting in the way of those. So just a little bit about who I am first. So I live on a family farm, or lived on a family farm, been in the family since 1682. My parents were quite clever about not putting any pressure on me to take over the farm, and told me to go off and get another job. Trained as a medic, so graduated in 2001, worked in the NHS and abroad, and then took over the family farm around 2015. So I suppose just to give you a heads up about that, a lot of what I'm going to talk about now when we talk about community engagement is coming from the mindset of a medic, a doctor, right? And I suppose some of the things that were happening around the time when I took over the farm, I carried on being a GP at the same time locally. I was dealing with a lot of diet-related ill health. I was interested about nutrition. I was struggling with no tools in the box to offer anyone anything. I mean, you can have a chat with a patient about how poor their diet is, but if you don't have anything to offer as a GP, it's quite difficult. And at the same time, I was also farming, and I'm an arable farmer. I'm a regenerative arable farmer. And as arable farmers, we're probably the most disconnected from our consumers. We sell our crops as a commodity, which was talked about earlier. Has to go through traders, has to go through millers, ends up in a product that really I have no idea whether this product on the shelf has my wheat in or not. Things like Wild Farm, who we grow for, have made a change for us as arable farmers, has opened our minds up a little bit to that shorter supply chain opportunity. I took over the farm in 2015-16, carried on doing both, and then took a break from medicine and did a Nuffield Farming Scholarship. And I'm going to get my thanks to my sponsors in straight away, because otherwise I'll get in trouble, right? So obviously Nuffield Farming Scholarship Trust, thank you very much, and the NFU Mutual Charitables Trust.
And I asked the questions, what can farmers do to make a positive impact in their local community health? And I suppose to start with, I was thinking of the sort of easy connection, right? Well, what do we do as farmers? Well, we grow food, or how can we get more nutritious food? And for sure, that was definitely part of the puzzle. But as I traveled abroad and I looked at all these different opportunities, I realized that there's actually a possibility of framing what we do as farmers with a health lens. Okay? And I suppose bringing it back to community and consumers, I mean, consumers are perhaps a little bit selfish. Right, if they've got a spare bit of money, maybe they will buy that thing that's better for the planet. It's got to reduce carbon, it's nature friendly. But actually, you know, if they want to part with more money, they're probably going to part with more money because it makes an effect on their health directly, which is why nutrition is the word of 2026 in my book. But actually, other things are available to us as farmers as, well, public health interventions, if you wanted to use the sort of public health speak. So just quickly, I'm going to talk about the sort of the wider health benefits of food, okay? But just before I do that, I'll just talk about the farm briefly. We're an arable farm. We're in West Cambridgeshire. We moved into regenerative practices about 10 years ago. We are fairly strong on research and data. We like to be hosting about 3 or 4 research projects on the farm at any one time. And the 3 of us are all complete data nerds. We have a lot of land sharing opportunities, so we like to bring people onto the land. So we have a shepherd who runs his own stuff. We've got fabricators on the farm. And we've also got an organic market garden. We just rent the land. She runs that, and she was in 6 Inches of Soil, which is a movie maybe some of you have seen. And that actually opened up our eyes to this sort of short supply chain opportunity. And the other thing we do is a lot of school education visits. So coming back to this idea around food and wider positive health outcomes that food can bring. So we talked about nutrition. That's food quality, okay? Things that are naturally tasty, things that have higher nutrition. Dare I say it, things that have no pesticide residues. All these things are going to deliver on positive public health outcomes, right? But also, let's just think about planet regenerating, okay? The climate crisis is a health crisis. And it's really very real on the front line as a doctor. I mean, soon we're going to have dengue fever in this country. Yep. If we all ate 5 fruit and veg a day, we'd be 4 million tons short of vegetables in this country. And we rely on an awful lot of imports from countries that are not so resilient to climate change, okay? Nature has, nature crisis has an impact on health. And on top of that, local engagement, okay? So even contributing to local economies will improve local health outcomes. The grower-consumer connection is a key part of helping food behaviour change. School food and farming education will deliver healthy relationships with food. So that is what the Nuffield sort of taught me. We need to look at, well, I personally feel on my farm, I want to frame a lot of what we can deliver with a health lens. And that comes naturally to me because I'm a doctor, but it's quite interesting putting that through its paces when you think about the supply chain, you think about the consumer. And so where are we at now? Well, ultimately, we would like to start delivering sort of data-driven case studies around some of this stuff. So that's watch this space, but that's what we're really working on from now on. And whether that's looking at nutritional quality of food, whether that's looking at the outcomes, working closely with schools and that whole school food process of well, step back a bit. We have schools on farm, and we love that. And Open Farm Sunday, all of these things are fantastic ways of getting the community on board. I think within the school thing, my frustration is we'll bring schools into the polytunnels where on the market garden. We'll do taste tests with tomatoes, and people just love eating these. Kids love eating these tomatoes. They really taste great. But actually, sadly, I know perfectly well that there's no connection with the school catering system. They're going to go back to eating pretty crappy food. And then the access and affordability of that food for a lot of those families is non-existent around where they come from. So it's a sort of one hit, they enjoy it, everything's sort of forgotten. But that whole school approach is going to be really interesting to try and develop. So we're working quite hard on that. So I guess that gives you a little bit of a flavour, and particularly concentrating on that local engagement as to why I feel personally that that's got some really positive potential health outcomes. But what does, I've got 30 seconds. But as a, what does community engagement and public engagement offer me as a farmer? And I think if you listen to this and then think about, should we be really incorporating public engagement and community engagement within our accreditation systems and within our supply chain? Personally, yes, right? Well, one, it opens up markets, potential short supply chain, enhanced public access opportunities. I won't go into it now. Green social prescribing is another whole talk, but those sort of models, fruit and veg prescription models, all of those things are potential markets. We have we can share our understanding and we can get support on our regenerative journey. We can bring those people along with us, and that is a nice community support thing to have as a farmer. We can use communities as agents of change, whether that's school food, whether that's bringing people on farm, but ultimately we are helping all of our local community understand this regenerative process. Yeah, we're investing in the future workforce, and we're also training up the next generation of consumers. Yeah, and creating that demand for the future. That's it. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Tom. As someone who grew up in Cambridgeshire, West Cambridgeshire, what does that actually mean?
Centre of the universe, Caxton.
Caxton. Yes. Caxton Gibbet is what comes to mind immediately there, so that's a rather grim thought. Right, next we have Carl Edwards, who is Director of Communication, Engagement and Education at Leaf. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you, Tom. So at Leaf, we talk a lot about connection and convening. But today, I want to talk about what connection really looks like, why it matters, and actually what it delivers. Because public engagement doesn't start with a system or a strategy. It starts small, it's tangible, and it's real. At Leaf, we have learned and shown that system change doesn't start with policy or technology. It starts with three foundations: trust, relevance, and the belief in continuous improvement. It starts with someone feeling welcomed into a place or a space they may never have been to before. Feeling safe enough to ask a question, secure enough to be curious, and hopefully valued enough to care. Only then does learning actually happen, and only then does trust grow. And actually, only then can behaviour begin to change. And when those individual behaviour changes are repeated, structured, and shared at scale, that is when a system begins to shift. Trust has to be the foundation. Today we will talk a lot about trust and the importance of trust when it comes to data this afternoon. But this applies just as strongly to public engagement. Trust isn't built by telling people what to think. It's built through experience, openness, and authenticity. This principle has underpinned Open Farm Sunday for 20 years. It is not about perfection. It's about credibility. It's about opening the gate and saying, this is what we do, this is why we do it, and we are happy to show you. We often hear that young people are disconnected from farming, but our research and our experience tells a very different story. They want to connect. In a major study we launched in 2023 with Harper Adams and McDonald's, we worked with 2,500 young people over a 10-month period. Multi-touch points, their voice being heard and responded to. 95% of them told us they want to understand where their food comes from. 91% believe that their food choices matter in tackling climate change. And more than 50% said they wanted to know more to enter the agri-food sector. And in October this year, we worked with thousands of young people again, and 83% of teenagers told us they want a career that help protects the planet. Yet fewer than 9% had received any career information around agriculture. The gap is not a lack of interest, it's a lack of access, as Tom said. And access is not a nice to have, it is the mechanism through which trust, skills and future resilience enters the system. And this is where public engagement becomes powerful, when it turns those wow moments into meaning and experience into learning, from showing to knowing. I'm going to give you a few examples, as Tom said earlier. Earlier this year, we had a group of A-level biology students, so 17, 18-year-olds, on a farm, Treeway Farm in Cornwall, and they were carrying out field work. They were doing biology, and they had to do quadrats. And this is often a tick box exercise in school. You know, it's something that the science teacher will get you out into the school field, done, right, great, you've had the experience. Where this time it was different, because they were carrying out field work into pasture-fed beef production and herbal lays. The students were surveying the herbal lays established using 4 different methods. Their results were reported back to the farmer to inform real decisions about soil health and crop performance, to inform real practice and provide evidence into a real FIPL trial. And the difference the teachers and the students said were extraordinary. The students worked with care and with energy. The teachers told us they'd never seen sampling carried out with such diligence. Why? Because the task was real, the students were valued, and actually the learning had purpose. This is public engagement done well, not because it was inspirational, but because it connected education, engagement, farming practice, and decision-making into one credible loop. We see this again through our national competition in food farming and natural environment. Last time we took 7 schools out to Myerscough College for the weekend. We'd worked with them through a 12-month period of time. We do not do one-off farm visits. And we tasked all of these students with a hypothesis. And the hypothesis was building climate resilience into food production is essential for securing the future of agriculture. These are 14 to 16-year-olds that had never had any relationship with our industry before. It was a deliberately structured pathway with multiple touch points, real questions and answers, expert support, all designed to turn their curiosity into industry capability. We wanted them to enter our sector. Nearly 2/3 of those participants went on to apply for land-based college. 3/4 of them changed their A-level options to align with agriculture or an environmental focus. One young person told us that their entire career ambition had changed to become a soil scientist. That does not happen by accident. It happens because engagement builds belonging, identity, and confidence over time. It happens because it's thoughtful, structured, and shows progression. And engagement doesn't only happen on farm. Last couple of years, we've been at New Scientist Live with the Farmers Weekly team, which is a brilliant event in central London. And we had this 10-year-old girl called Jemima come up to us, and she told us how much she loved mushrooms and fungi. Not a usual conversation you might have. She had no idea what role they played. And as Lucy showed us earlier, the importance of fungi. And our team talked to her about mycology, the science, the careers, the roles in shaping sustainable food systems. And she was amazed. She told us she'd found her crowd, these like-minded individuals that understood her passion. Jemima told us she grew up in central London with little access to farming. And every week, and we couldn't believe this, she reviews her family's food shop to decide how sustainable she deems it to be. Every week, she cuts out the food assurance labels and she sticks them on a poster above her bed. And she told us, I'm not joking, when she sees the Leaf logo, she feels the food has higher sustainability values. It stopped us in our tracks, yes. It absolutely stopped us in our tracks. Here is a young person already making value-based decisions, yet unaware of the work behind them and the careers open to her. She ended as well by saying, I want to thank Lee for all you have done, and when I give my first symposium on mycology, I'll thank you again. So we could have actually cried. It'd been a long 3 days, 27,000 people. You know, it was that single touch point actually made all of that worthwhile for us as well as her. Wow moments and learning actually lead to behaviour change. And sometimes it's the collective total of multiple touch points. That one small thing that one individual might do, maybe that one Open Farm Sunday event that you do through the year. But these collective actions actually can and do deliver as an industry or as individuals, and we should not forget that power. Another example is Tom, an A-level student. He was studying environmental science, and we work with pretty much every environmental science teacher now in England. And they had no understanding of the role that farming played in the subject of environmental science. They do now. This wasn't a one-off visit for Tom. We'd worked with him over a 12-month period, and he came and joined us out on farm. And this structured programme, carefully designed by Leaf's education specialists, took him through hands-on experience. And Tom realised something fundamental for him, that biology, not chemistry, underpins food production and environmental science. That's what he told us. And yes, Tom got his wow moment too. He arrived in a brand new white North Face coat. It was April. He helped to deliver a lamb. And that coat, no longer white, but the learning stuck. So that combination of experience, providing reflection, that expert pedagogy as well, the teaching and learning, is how Tom then understood his subject and also his place within it. And that is behaviour change. So what does all of this do for farmers and for industry? Public engagement delivers trust at a time when trust feels fragile. It delivers future talent when skill shortages are real. It builds pride and purpose for farmers. And finally, it supports informed public choices, grounded in understanding. One farmer told us, "I don't think I'd still be farming if it wasn't for the visits. They give me purpose." Engagement is not extractive, it is mutual. Open Farm Sunday, one of our most powerful collective expressions of that mutuality as an industry. We've heard it before, over 3.5 million people physically visiting a farm. As we enter our 20th year, it stands as proof of what happens when trust is built through openness. 94% of the public that came out told us they had an increased understanding of how we are farming with nature. And 92% said it increased their trust in British food and farming. And sometimes it's those moments that you don't actually plan for. And my team have shared, they've been stood on the stand, and years later, a child they worked with turned up whilst they were there, and they pulled their teacher along and told them how they were building no-dig growing areas in the school and implementing their own school version of integrated farm management. It was beyond our wildest dreams. It's being stopped in the supermarket by a 5-year-old who recognises us and wants to tell us they're buying leaf-marked produce. It's them pulling it out of the trolley, their bag of carrots, and their parents explaining how excited their child was to go to the supermarket that week and how their food choices were changing. And yes, of course, we now inspect all baskets in local supermarkets for leaf-marked produce. So these aren't metrics on a dashboard. They're moments that tell us trust has landed, that learning has stuck, and that behaviour has changed. It is absolutely resource heavy. It's built on and around people. And yes, it costs a hell of a lot of money. But it's scalable because it's based on principles that can be repeated, shared learnings, and collective delivery. And this is where we are looking to drive systemic change. After years of experience, we can begin to look at how we change it. Currently, our work in the last 2 years, for example, has reached 10% of all school children in England. So how do we increase this? How do we seek to have 10% of all society visit us on Open Farm Sunday as a minimum? How do we ensure the future of our industry are trained, supported and learning about the reality of the transition to more sustainable farming practices? That's why we're proud to have launched the partnership with Lantry, because we're seeing how we can deliver that systemic change. Public engagement is not just about opening the gates of your farm for the day. It is about that collective growth we're forging, where connections feel real, meaningful and human. It is about ensuring that people don't just see sustainable regenerative farming, but understand it, trust it and choose it. If we get this right, we don't just change perceptions, we shape the future of our industry to deliver that systemic change. And finally, Leaf's role is not to choose between operational delivery or system thinking. It's about how we bring them together, how we connect them so that trust on the ground can drive change at scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Carl. I think the work that you and the team have done around education and engagement in the last few years is nothing short of extraordinary, so thanks hugely for that. Now, Christine Knipe, who is Experience Director at the Royal Agricultural Society of England. Christine.
Thank you, Tom. Sorry, this is a bit high. I'll just I always have that problem. We were just talking about that, weren't we? But I am standing up, I promise. Genuinely, ladies and gentlemen and everyone here, a big thank you to all at Leaf for giving me this opportunity today. UK farming is going through one of the biggest periods of change that we've seen in decades. As we look towards new frontiers, public engagement, I feel that is how farmers communicate with the wider public has never been so important. Engagement shapes trust, as Carl has eloquently articulated, and it also influences policy and helps people understand where their food actually comes from. I am a farmer, and I'm very proud to have always been a farmer. Growing up on my parents' mixed farm, where everyone in the family was automatically involved, chores started when I could walk. Along with my two brothers, jobs included feeding hens, collecting eggs, before graduating to bucketing the calves, sorting sheep, and eventually we got to milk the cows. Our rare days out in those days invariably involved sheep, cows, and a trip to the auction mart, or even an agricultural show if we were lucky, either visiting or exhibiting. Taking the lead from our own parents, that is how we learnt what farming was all about, hands-on. Farm diversification, and yes, it did happen all those years ago. We went into a milk round and a campsite, which introduced us to those wonderful people called the general public. And that was the first time in my life, and I was a lot smaller then, if that's believable, I realised that not everybody understood agriculture and farming like we did. As kids, we answered questions about what was going on the farm. We took great pleasure in explaining and taking tours of our farmland. We grew up to appreciate and respect the seasons, the weather, the livestock, the environment, and how each element impacts on each other. It was a way of life, and although quite often growing up, we often felt that we were missing out, we were incredibly lucky, and probably these days, most of you would call us Farrell. So fast forward to today. As our population becomes more urbanised, so the urban-rural disconnection increases. We know that public opinion directly affects government policy and funding, and there is growing interest in sustainability, animal welfare and food security. Again, as Carl has mentioned, there are young people out there wanting to learn more about what we do and how we do it. Engagement, therefore, helps correct the misinformation. It builds support for British agriculture. Carl, again, has very well articulated all the wonderful work that Leaf Education do. And there are lots of other fantastic initiatives and lots of work being done out there to reconnect the public to agriculture. And apologies if I don't mention something that you're particularly involved with. For the past 20 years, as we've heard, Leaf's very own Open Farm Sunday, and I was part of the launch of that programme, has seen 2,000 farms open their gates to that amazing 3.5 million visitors. Charities such as the Ernest Cook Trust, Countryside Learning and the Country Trust organise school visits to farms and to estates. Countryside Classroom, our very own online website, hosts thousands of age-specific resources for use in schools, enabling teachers to access vital information trusted truth on a wide range of countryside topics which work across the curriculum. The information is out there to help them pass on that information to youngsters. And whilst Farmer Time, founded by Tom Martin, enables fortnightly video calls between farmers and classrooms, bringing the countryside to life. More traditionally, not only are agricultural shows an integral part of rural life, they're also a fundamental part of my own DNA. The UK has an extensive network of shows, many now over 200 years old, attracting audiences in excess of 6.5 million visitors annually within the UK. These shows are crammed with educational opportunities, and with their apolitical and charitable structure, they are also in a unique and often underestimated position to subliminally showcase agriculture to a willing audience. Ring commentaries, the Grand Parade, livestock demonstrations including sheep shearing and stock judging, machinery parades, food theatres, live milking demos and farming pavilions all play a part in bringing agriculture to life. A question for all of you: how many of you are actually involved in your own local agricultural society or show? Great. Next time, we want everybody in the room to do it. Because without our support and help, the few people who do organise agricultural shows cannot possibly reach the potential that they have. Led by ASAO, the National Umbrella Organisation for Shows, we've seen an increased number of agricultural societies now actively extend their agricultural education beyond those few days of the show. 69%, according to our last survey. Initiatives include Countryside Days, Cornwall, Driffield, Glendale for schools, who bring children onto their showgrounds. Workshops, work placements. Norfolk and south of England run loaner lamb schemes and bursaries, and Melplash and Newport host Discover Farming classrooms. Lincolnshire's Tractors into Schools initiative, alongside numerous projects across each key stage from 4 to 18 years. And very close to my own heart is Westmoreland County Agricultural Society's extensive range of educational activities. I was a chief executive there for 18 years, and during my tenure, we changed our open farm days, bringing 1,600 children onto farm, to 2 days every year. And during my tenureship, I saw 30,000 children come onto a working farm and understand and learn a little bit more about what agriculture means in a livestock context. My wish was that if every child that came through those gates went home with a tiny little grain of information that they didn't know beforehand, that could sow a seed, create interest, and develop into informed consumers going forward. Thinking outside the box and more public focused, I developed a Farm to Fork roadshow at the Society, taking a mini farm into towns and city centres, bringing a cow, a sheep, pigs, poultry directly into urban environments has been hugely successful. Take it to them. Don't expect them to come to you. They prefer to be in their own environment. But it sparked amazing conversations and debate amongst farmers and the general public. And in that context, farmers are the best advocates for our industry. And not to mention the thousands of selfies that people take with cows because they've never been so close to one in their lives. But enabling farmers to tell their story and answer questions in person is hugely powerful. Media also provides engagement. Who would think that 75 years of the Archers now regularly tops the list of most listened to on-demand programmes for listeners under the age of 35? I didn't know that either. We also have Countryfile, and how can anyone overlook Jeremy Clarkson and the impact that that's had on the general public, and other celebrity farmer programmes. Social media has become a major tool. Farmers can share their daily life, explain practices, and answer questions. The growing urban-rural divide is not unique to the UK, and I've had a chance to study what the Americans are actually doing to try and bridge that gap. Amazingly, in America, the Minnesota State Fair attracting America's largest attendance of 2 million people over 12 days. The highlight there is the Miracle of Birth Centre, where animals calve, lamb, kid and hatch 3,000 offspring during the course of the fair. Manned by FFA and vet students, there is continual commentaries and screens capturing every birth. I couldn't believe that I stood watching a pig farrowing for 45 minutes, not just watching the pig, but actually embracing the public's reaction to the miracle of birth and linking that back to food. There's so much great work going on, but we're only scratching the surface. At the best, all this initiatives pulled together is reaching a scant 19% of our population. People don't know what they don't know, and people often distrust what they do not understand. Public engagement is not a nice little extra, it's vital for the future of UK farming. By opening the gates, both physically and digitally, farmers can build trust, shape public understanding, and secure long-term support for British agriculture. So let's do it together.
Thank you very much indeed, Chrissy. Now we're going to move on to Dr. Tara Garnett, who is Director of Table at the University of Oxford. And I hope she's going to start by telling the audience what Table is.
Well, I was actually going to finish with that if we
Okay.
had time.
Well, as long as it's there somewhere, that'd be great.
So, yeah, so hopefully my slides are going to work. Are they? Yes, great. Thank you. So I'd like to kind of zoom out a bit with this talk and provide a bit of context for discussion about public engagement. I'd like to expand the definition of what we might mean by public engagement, and also, because I'm a yes but sort of academic, I'd also like to talk a bit about the limitations of it. So I'm going to kick off by saying, does this actually work? Oh, is it this? Sorry. Oopsie, sorry. Wrong way. Yeah, I just wanted to make the point that we are in the world. We've talked overwhelmingly about the UK with a few kind of excursions through to Spain, and with the honourable exception of Tom, who highlighted that terrifying National Security Assessment report that came out last week or so, which made the point that global ecosystem collapse threatens the UK, it threatens UK food security, that we ourselves contribute to that global ecosystem collapse through our consumption habits across the board, including but not limited to food, and that since we are an island, but we are not an island, we are part of an interconnected economic and ecological community, we need to take this seriously, and we need to build resilience in our food system across every dimension of it, including but not limited to farming. Now, I think that is implicit in the definition of regenerative, but I think it sometimes needs to be made more explicit. For me, my starting point is that farming changes are definitely needed, but they need to be connected to dietary shift. It is part of the necessary change. We need to be moving towards diets that are richer in fruit and dairy and in pulses and legumes, and away from, and not the elimination of, but away from a preponderance of meat and dairy in our diets. And we need to be doing this for the environment and for our health. And I would argue that these things are not antithetical to the concept of regenerative farming. The more we address our dietary patterns, the more ecological space there is for different forms of farming practice, but also more wild spaces within our country. And again, going back to that National Food Security Assessment report, it was very, very clear that the UK cannot feed itself given current consumption patterns. So something has to shift. We've seen modelling work, and this is modelling work including the agri-food for net zero, a big piece of, I can't remember, Jamie can, in the audience, will tell me how much that cost, a huge multi-million pound assessment of the UK's food security challenges. It made the point that under a range of different scenarios, unless we address our meat and dairy consumption, we're not going to meet our net zero challenges. But even if you look at modelling studies that are very agroecologically focused and therefore very much aligned with regenerative thinking, that's the slide on the left, we are looking in reductions in animal product consumption across the board. Now, I don't want to be unpopular, I'm just stating some facts. At the same time, health changes are needed. You know, we've heard a little bit about poor public health. We know that 2/3 of the population is overweight and obese, and we know the cascade of health-related problems that result from that. We also know that this is a matter of equity. We know that the most deprived in our society suffer the most as a result of diet-related ill health. There is a 20-year gap in between the lowest 10% of socioeconomic disadvantage in the UK for women, as opposed to the top 10% in the years of healthy lives lived. So a 20-year gap just seems wrong. And so we need to change this, and we need, including, to shift towards more plant-rich, not plant-exclusive, but more plant-rich diets. So that's the kind of starting point. But I think there are positives to work with. So moving on to kind of public opinion, there is a sort of myth of that the British public is averse to the concept of the nanny state. I think this is hugely overstated. This was a recent Ipsos Mori poll, which showed that 50 to 60% of the population were actively supportive of various sorts of taxes that would shift the balance away from ultra-processed foods, away from damaging advertising children, and towards more support for fruit and veg. And very few people were actively opposed. Of course, that comes with shifts when it comes to the kind of political spectrum, but even Reform voters, you can see there, are surprisingly supportive of government action to enable more healthy diets. People are also open to shifting their meat consumption, which will open up space for less but better meat consumption, and not but and better, which also brings in questions of profitability and environmental sustainability. And the interesting thing is that they are more open than they think their neighbours are. So there is a perception gap. People are more progressive than they think that other people in society are. We also know that people trust and value farmers. That's great, and this is a celebration of that. And they trust them nearly as much as they trust doctors, and more than they trust academics and scientists, and certainly politicians. So these are all, I think, this is a kind of a melange of kind of win-win-wins that we can work with. But it's not easy. If you look at diets and if you look at dietary shift, there are so many influences on our consumption, from what we know, what we can afford, how we were brought up as kids, the regulations, the research and development environment, the commercial determinants of health, global geopolitical influences, and of course all the stuff that is outside the food system, like how much you earn, where you live, how old you are, all these other factors and the policies that affect that. So the influences on consumption are complex, which means that, for example, a trip to the farm is not going to do the job. However, I don't think that means there's no role for it. And just I wanted to end with some sort of key reflections on the role of public engagement and the need to expand the definition. Firstly, we need to take as the starting point the genuine recognition that we cannot change the world for better just by focusing on farming alone. That needs to go hand in hand with shifts along the whole of the food system that enable a just transition for farmers, but also workers, along the whole of the supply chain, because it's not just about the farmers, it's about the supermarket workers, it's about the delivery drivers, it's the people who work in your local pizzeria. It's all these people, and they all need to be part of, supported in this transition, as well as us, the eaters. There are positives to build on, and I think it's timidity that is holding us back. That farmers and change makers more broadly need to work together. And I'm just going to sort of take up John's point about unelected civil society. We are all, to one extent, unelected. I think these are allies, the environmental movements, the health, the food poverty campaigners. We are all actually on the same side. We all want a future that is going to be there for our children and our grandchildren. And I think if it was easy, we would have done it, but we need to be shifting in a more positive direction, which is going to be multiple components. So public engagement is necessary and not sufficient. The problems are global and complex. We can't lead it either to the farmers or the eaters' goodwill and enthusiasm. And public engagement, of course, takes many forms, including voting, including what you do in your local community, even if it's in the middle of the city. And it's a multi-way process where farmers also need to learn from others, as well as we need to learn from farmers. And most important, I think we need dialogue and not polarised debate. Do I have time to say anything about table?
Extremely small.
We're a platform for dialogue and knowledge on the future of food. We've just put out a report on regenerative agriculture. The synopsis is, it's what Janet said. So please read it, and it's on our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll just briefly big it up for table because it's been a very useful resource when I've been kind of trying to research this area between consumption, production, and what our diets mean both for individuals and for the planet, and the challenges of changing those choices. So finally, we have Michael Sly, who is partner and farms director at Park Farm.
Just get the clicker. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm Michael Sly, and I have the privilege of farming around 2,000 hectares of arable crops and environmental stewardship in the Fens at Thorney near Peterborough. I've spent many years working closely with our landscape, our soils, and our community, and it remains a great passion of mine to share that with the wider public. For the past 20 years, I've also been deeply involved in the Open Farm Sunday. Over that time, I've seen the event grow from a very small, simple gathering into something far more vibrant, engaging, and meaningful. Today, I want to take you through that journey, how our event has developed, what we have learned along the way, and why community involvement is such a vital part of modern farming. So, hang on, let's see. Do I need to press play, or do you press up? Here you go. Oh, no sound, please. To begin with, I'd like to show you a collection of images that really capture the spirit of our Open Farm weekend. These photos highlight how the event has expanded, not only in size, but also in the scale of activities and the number of people involved. When we first started, we could never have imagined the level of participation we see today. Volunteers from all walks of life, farmers, neighbours and local groups and friends come together each year to help us welcome thousands of visitors. The images you're seeing really show the enthusiasm, teamwork and sense of shared purpose that has grown around our event. It also shows how Open Farm Sunday has become far more than just an open day. It has grown into a genuine community tradition and highlight of our local calendar. Our involvement in Open Farm Sunday began back in 2006, and the first year we welcomed just 12 visitors. It was a very modest setup, very nervous, a single table in the grain store with a few displays, and a simple Land Rover drive around the farm. Even then, it was clear that people appreciated the opportunity to learn more about how their food is produced. A couple of years later, we introduced our first proper farm safari, and I'm very proud of this. It was a 17-mile round-trip coach transfers that took visitors through parts of the farm, across the internal drainage board network assets, around the Neen washes, and even visited a neighbour's potato crop. It was ambitious, but it gave people a rare chance to see the scale and diversity of our local area. As visitors' numbers grew year after year, we realised we needed to adapt. Managing large groups across such a wide area became challenging, so we made the decision to bring everything back onto the farm site. This allowed us to keep visitors safe and expand the range of activities we offered. Throughout all these changes, our core mission has remained the same: to educate people about their food, their environment, and the care that goes into both. One of the biggest lessons we learned early on is that while farmers, are extremely good at talking to each other in technical detail, the general public prefers a different approach. People want to understand the broader picture, the why, rather than the how. They're more interested in the story and the impact than they are in seed rates or machinery specifications. Another truth that emerged early on in our journey is that running an event of this scale is not something any farmer can or should do alone. The success of our event depends entirely on collaboration. Neighbouring farmers generously share their time and equipment. Local suppliers and partners support us with resources, demonstrations, and expertise. This partnership approach also strengthens our messaging. When visitors hear from people across the supply chain, they gain a deeper appreciation of the work, skill, collaboration that goes into producing food responsibly. Each person involved brings a unique perspective, and together these voices help us tell a much richer story about British agriculture. We view it as a shared responsibility and opportunity for the whole industry to communicate how food is produced, how environmental care is integrated in everyday farming. Farming doesn't happen in isolation. Rural communities are shaped by a wide variety of people, activities and traditions, and Open Farm Sunday provides an opportunity to connect all of these elements. Many of our visitors come from the village or nearby towns and the city of Peterborough, including people who have moved from urban areas and want to understand more about the countryside around them. Open Farm Sunday helps bridge that gap between old and new residents by providing an informal, welcoming way to learn about farming and the local environment. Over time, our event has become a major date in the community calendar. Schools, charities, local clubs, emergency services, amongst others, now use our event as an opportunity for outreach, fundraising and engagement. For many families, it has become a yearly tradition, a relaxed, low-cost day out where they can explore, learn and enjoy their time together. This sense of community involvement is one of the aspects I'm most proud of. It shows that farming is not just about producing food, but also about supporting and strengthening the communities we are all part of. Looking back over the past 2 decades, I'm incredibly proud of what has been achieved. Since 2006, our event has welcomed more than 119,000 visitors. In 2018, we were fortunate with the weather and hosted a record 12,500 visitors in the single weekend. But for me, success goes far beyond the numbers. What matters most is the engagement, collaboration, and sense of pride shown by the local farming community. The event simply could not happen without the people who give their time, their energy, and most of all, their enthusiasm. Seeing multiple generations now getting involved has been especially rewarding. When you see young volunteers turning up in their little green T-shirts, children of those who helped in earlier years, you realise the impact the event has had. It speaks to the legacy we're building and value people see in sharing farming with the wider community. Final slide, Tom. So what makes good engagement work? From my experience, there are several key ingredients. The first is teamwork, everyone pulling on the rope together. Our organising committee meets throughout the year to prepare for the year ahead. The second is community involvement. The more you can bring people together, the stronger the event becomes. Another essential element is authenticity. You do not need expensive machinery or polished demonstrations. One of the most loved activities we have, which goes right back to the early days, is simple butter making. With nothing more than cream, a small tub, and some willing volunteers to shake it, you can create hands-on, memorable experience that children and adults can enjoy together. And finally, enjoyment. Engagement works best when you're genuinely having fun, your enthusiasm becomes contagious, and visitors respond to it. Whether your event is large or small, what matters most is being open, welcoming, and willing to share your story. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I hope this talk inspires you to take part in the 2026 Open Farm Sunday. And can I just give out a shout out to the wonderful Annabelle Shackleton, who leads the Open Farm Sunday team at Leeds. And just one final apology. I do have a photo when dear Caroline Drummond, she used to pop in and visit us on a Saturday so she could go to other events on the Sunday. But I just couldn't find the picture for the presentation. But Caroline, thank you.
Beautifully done. Such inspiration there. Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Well, we are badly over time and lunch is awaiting, but I am going to find time for a few questions. So please, while you think about it, nice and punchy with your questions, nice and punchy with your answers. I just wanted to, while you're getting your hands up, I just want to put something to Carl. It was mentioned briefly, the role of the media. I'm going to name check my doppelganger Adam Henson, who I think has been doing this work for years, not like these newcomers like Clarkson. Anyway, but nevertheless, there's no doubt that we are seeing huge influence. I cannot question the influence that Jeremy Clarkson's had, but also a lot of other influencers, let's say, or filmmakers on YouTube or whatever. Do you have any that you feel are really sort of championing the Leaf way or championing the regen way, or is this something you're kind of looking to exploit? Because I suggest that it should be.
So it's interesting. When we talk to young people and when we've done the research with them, they often say that that's their social space and actually not somewhere they're necessarily looking to learn. So they'll engage and they want the show, but not necessarily the know. And so what we've found is actually for the real behaviour change, it's more the experiential learning that we've found. So it's a space we've got to explore, definitely. No one springs to mind. I won't name any colleagues of yours that were deemed too old by the young people we worked with.
Oh, and well, anyway, I always think that's a bit of a, well, maybe they actually said it, but it's all about inspiration, isn't it? I think older people can inspire extraordinarily with enthusiasm, and Michael seems like a candidate to me. Yes.
Michael Lee, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Harper Adams University. So, Carl, it was wonderful to work with you on that programme with Leaf Ed. Yesterday I was at the House of Commons launching our report on the future of food, particularly accessing and understanding what young people understand about food, building on from our report. But that actually showed as well as awareness, we critically need the 3 A's, access and attractiveness. So how are we also going to build in access for people who from urban society might not have a way into farming, but also attractiveness? And of course, profitability isn't a dirty word.
Yeah, so in terms of the attractiveness, again, from the research we did together, young people told us specifically, I think I mentioned it earlier, that they're interested in sustainability. That's something of interest to them. But they've not put the connection into agriculture as a place to funnel that genuine interest in sustainability. And so we've launched a Sustainable Youth Challenge, again, on the back of that research to encourage young people, but then to offer bursaries, offer funding to get them to be able to access that. The challenge is we've got to do this as a collective. It doesn't just sit on one person's shoulders, and there's so many things that we can all be doing. I think what was good, and we were talking, Anna and Steve and Tia, we were talking about actually the launch of another report like that shows and highlights this, shows that more in industry are starting to recognise it. I think when I came into this role 9 years ago, we would always talk about the fact that we would go and work with these young people and we'd say they are so interested in a career at the end of the time that we've spent with them, 1, 2, 3 years. But where do we send them off to? It was almost like if you've got a circle, we get to almost to the end and then where? So that access is important. But I think collectively as an industry, we've got to work out what that actually means. And also, people will talk about it, but not necessarily put their money where their mouth is or action it.
Thank you, Carl. Yes, I think it's Duncan.
Yeah, hello. Duncan Farrington from Farrington Oils and Leaf Demonstration Farm as well. Absolutely fascinating as always. There's an obvious appetite for people to learn the why and the where and the how of where their food comes from. But how as an industry, and this is probably aimed more at Tara, how as an industry do we turn the attraction for nutritionally dense food into a reality when we're battling against the big conglomerates that would commit financial suicide with their shareholders if they were to turn against the ultra-processed foods? How as an industry can we turn that one around?
Tara.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a really difficult question, and I think what we also get is a situation where policymakers are scared of action because of the perception of the voting base. Industry says, well, we're only going to do what our consumers want, and our consumers want junk. And consumers say, we want good food, but we don't want to pay for it. And also we want it to be convenient and tasty. And also, people are suffering genuine hardship. So it's a really, really difficult thing. What to me seems encouraging is that, there is, I think, some support for taxes and measures that will make the healthy and the sustainable choice easier and affordable. There is huge support for any actions that benefit children. There is loads more work that could be done, not just in schools and public procurement, but also in the very, very early and even prenatal years to encourage and enable children to kind of develop tastes and appetites for healthier foods. It's not easy, and this is also where the role of civil society comes.
Tara, did I see from your graph you put up about the number of people doing 5 a day that it actually dropped off quite significantly in 2019 to 23? That was pretty shocking. I'd never seen that before.
Yeah, it's dropped. And am I allowed a really depressing anecdote?
Yeah, if it's brief.
Yeah.
I don't mind if it's depressing as long as it's short.
It's not overheard in Waitrose, it's overheard in Lidl. And it was a couple of months ago, and I was in Lidl, and I was in the fruit and veg section, and there was a woman talking on her phone very loudly. She was talking to her friend, and she said, you know what? What I realise is you need to look at the labels on the fruit and veg, where they come from. And what you've got to do is go for the ones from exotic countries, because if it says Lincolnshire, it's garbage. Now, I was shocked and also kind of slightly amused because it's completely the opposite of the bubble I live in and me and my little Riverford box and all the rest of it. But I live in Finsbury Park, the middle of London, very mixed area, lots of deprivation. There is it's a big challenge to go. You know that, but I just thought I'd say it.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah?
Hi, Olivia Thieker. I'm agriculture manager at the Co-op and also from a family farm in South Yorkshire where we're arable farmers. I had a question for Carl and Michael probably.
Going to go straight to Michael with it.
Inclusivity and access to Open Farm Sunday for farmers. So our farm in South Yorkshire is situated in quite a deprived area. It's an ex-mining town where there's a high crime rate, particularly rural crime. So fly tipping, tractor theft, trespassing, etc., which keeps my dad awake at night. So what would your advice be to a farmer who feels threatened by their local community, where there's such a disconnect and lack of trust? How does he get involved in
Thank you. What an absolutely excellent question. Maybe it feels threatened by Michael.
I think you should probably try and turn the lens round, and that your family are part of a community, no matter how deprived, and that there must be parts in that community that would be responsive to engagement with him, and you try. It would have to be baby steps. You know, we have similar issues in the Fens and east of Peterborough with some of the things that you have been describing, and a lot of our visitors, sorry to upset any of you, but the majority of the visitors that we have to our open farm aren't Waitrose and M&S customers. You know, they're probably down at Heron Foods, Farm Foods, that kind of thing. You know, there are a lot of people who
well, that's good, because they're often hard to reach with these messages.
They're really hard to reach,
and
they're a really, really important thing. And picking on what you just said earlier, if you can get them to actively... We don't grow potatoes, but we grow a small pick-your-own thing the proceeds go to the air ambulance. But the family interaction of them picking new potatoes and taking them home to eat, and the messages you get back. But I think you just have to try within your community to try and rebuild that trust, because nobody else outside's going to do it for you. You have to do it from the ground up.
Tom, I was going to ask you, in simple terms, when you meet other farmers and you talk about Open Farm Sunday, what do you think is the thing that's stopping them? What's the thing that's getting in the way of more farmers being involved in Open Farm Sunday?
My dad retired from farming. He became a vicar. When I started talking about Open Farm Sunday and all that, he said to me, which vicars shouldn't, "Are you sure you want to engage with the public?" He's going to kill me for saying that. But my point is, I think it's a process that I recognise the business value of engaging with public and sort of getting that message across to some farmers maybe. But you've got to remember, every farmer's different. Every farmer's got a different personality. What sort of floats their boat, and how do you get that sales pitch right to them?
I love this idea of a mirror image event, which is, I don't know, open housing estate Saturday, where you take the farm to the housing estate. If something... you do it?
That's what we do.
Okay. Yeah. And how does it go?
Brilliant. As I say, if you take agriculture into an urban setting where they're not expecting it, surprise generates conversation. Conversation breaks down barriers, and conversation leads to sensible discussion and trust and understanding. The whole thing just works.
Yeah.
But you've almost got to take it there. There's a lot that happens the other way around, but yeah.
So, can I just add one thing? Olivia, to answer your question specifically, actually, we had a farmer, outskirts of central Birmingham. They had a huge amount of trouble with local community, and so they purposefully decided to open up for Open Farm Sunday, because they wanted to bring the local community in to understand and talk to them, basically.
Yeah.
And it's not to say that the crime that they experienced just disappeared overnight. It didn't. But whenever anything happened, they would find the culprits within 24 hours, because the community would let them know. And so I just think it's really important when we talk about public engagement, and I'm really going to fly the flag, it is so positive. And we talk about the negativity, and we've heard a lot of negativity around what doesn't work or the problems. There is so much good that does work, and there's so much that we get back from it that we shouldn't be scared of it.
Presumably there's another bit of enlightened self-interest, and I don't say this is a bad thing at all, that if you've got your community on side, when you want to do something that involves planning permission or business or whatever, you're more likely to get it through. I mean, that's fair enough. I see some nods and smiles in the room. Yes?
Samantha Bishop.
A bit higher with the mic, please. Close to your mouth.
A question for Tom. Should food and farming be a compulsory subject in the school curriculum, which could have multiple benefits, and should we be lobbying for this?
Thank you.
Well, in a short answer, yes. Part of my Nuffield, I went to visit, I met Dr. Jason O'Rourke, who is headmaster of Washington Academy in Lincolnshire. And he's, will he thank me for saying this, he's stuck two fingers up to the national curriculum, I guess, in some sort. He's got the confidence as an older headmaster to sort of say, well, we can work around these tiny little bullet points in D&T or whatever. And he's done a great job around that. But it feels such a shame that you have to sort of fight against that, doesn't it? But I really advocate around this whole school approach, like I mentioned earlier. The idea it's just very hard to have these mixed messages. You know, if you have a great teacher who accepts food and farming education, goes and does farmer time digitally, goes and has their school visit the farm, and you get that great message across, but then you haven't connected that to the caterers, to the school food. You know, it's just a lost message, to be honest. So it's that longevity of
the school and the farm relationship.
Thank you. Super quick, Carl, just standing between the folk and the lunch.
No.
Okay.
No, there shouldn't be, for a number of reasons. Food is already within the curriculum. It could be vastly improved, and that's more what we need to lobby with, how we improve that and bring catering in, etc. The challenge, if we just had one standalone GCSE in farming, for example, or agriculture, we wouldn't be working with your A-level biology students, your GCSE business studies students, your English students, your maths students anymore. Farming would be pigeonholed into one subject. I've got a team of 10 ex-teachers. I used to be a deputy head and a geography teacher. That would fall on my shoulders. I'm not an expert, maybe a little bit more now. Definitely not an expert, though, in farming. And so it would be down to non-specialists to teach a subject without seeing the cross-curricular links. And I'm really passionate that actually it would be lovely if we had one. We're not anti it, but actually we don't think we should be lobbying for a GCSE in agriculture, whatever it might be. The cross-curricular nature, as we've heard today from all the panellists, is so vitally important that we enable that to still happen.
Lovely. Well, we are going to end it there, so please put your hands together for an extraordinary panel. I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to ask questions, but they are all going to be available over lunch. David, can I just say, we have gone about 20 minutes over. Am I allowed to say 20 minutes later?
Yes, if we start back by 2:15, is that?
Actually, yes, that will be fine. 2:15 if we can, back in here. Thank you very much indeed, everybody, and thanks once again to the panel. A little hush. I'm really sorry to do this because I know as much as the panels and the speakers are important, I know that the networking is as important at these events, and so I'm really, really sorry because I know that's a crucial thing. It's not just gossip, or that's what they told me to say anyway. No, it is important, so sorry to bring that to a close. It's a nice early finish as well, so they have plenty of time to talk over a drink or whatever later. But we are moving on to the afternoon's session. We have a keynote Leaf lecture, and then we will be going on to talk about beautiful data, capacity, culture, and change. And to deliver our keynote, we have Dr. Elliott Grant, who is CEO, is this right, Mineral and Visiting Fellow? Okay, Mineral and Visiting Fellow, University of Cambridge, Institute of Manufacturing. Thank you very much, Elliott.
Thank you for that. Let's get this started. Well, first of all, thank you to Leaf for inviting me, and thank you for that excellent lunch. Sometimes these lunches can be pretty dire, but that was wonderful. Look, I mean, sustainable ag and regen ag advocates, in my opinion, cannot afford to be anti-tech or seen to be anti-tech. Although tech alone won't solve sustainability, I believe we won't achieve our goals without it, and that's just my point of view. So I'm excited to be here talking to you about AI and data in particular, and the role that they will have in making agriculture more sustainable and doing it at scale. Look, AI is coming at us fast. We will not hold back the tide. But like many disruptive technologies, it can be extremely difficult to anticipate how it will play out. And it's easy to get muddled up in the early days with all the ambiguity. So my goal this afternoon, is to give you some frameworks to think about how is AI going to play out in agriculture, and what is the role of data? I also would like to be a little provocative. I don't think it's more fun to not just repeat a bunch of truisms, but rather to sort of challenge your thinking, hopefully, in a couple of ways. I also hope you'll have questions. I'll leave plenty of time for Q&A. So I have spent my career working on over-the-horizon technologies in agriculture and food systems, in particular in AI. Most recently at Mineral, which was an Alphabet company. I was at Google in their moonshot division called Google X for 7 years, where I led the development of AI for agriculture for all of Google. That company was actually acquired by John Deere last year. And so I came back to the UK to take up a position at the engineering department at Cambridge to focus on how I think AI will play out in the future of agriculture. Prior to joining Google, I ran a couple of companies in Silicon Valley focused on food tech and ag tech. So I've really spent my whole career thinking about how will AI and data and tech transform the way we produce and consume food. I'm still very involved, even though I'm no longer at Mineral, I'm still very involved in food and ag. I sit on the board of a genetics company called Sunworld, and I'm on the board of the International Fresh Produce Association. But having been abroad for 25 years, I'm sort of reintegrating into the UK system, and coming here and talking to you all, it's a great way for me to get reintegrated. Now, there was a question this morning, which I think was a fantastic one. I'd like to address that one first, which was, is the power consumption of AI going to offset the benefits? So I think let's just put that one to bed right away. It's actually an excellent question. So let me give you some sort of rough numbers. Training an AI model for agriculture, sort of a domain-specific model, uses about the same amount of power or energy or greenhouse gas emissions, whatever your metric is, as taking a team on an international trip. So to sort of put it roughly into scale. It's not huge, it's not zero, but it's not huge. Training a really big model like ChatGPT, that's huge. I mean, that's gigawatts of power, but those are general purpose models. If you're doing something specifically for agriculture, it's relatively small. When you're chatting with Claude or Gemini or GPT, let's say you have 50 messages back and forth, that uses about this much water, 500 milliliters. It's not zero, but it's not huge. So now the goal should be for us to use that AI to have much more impact than the consumption. So if you're chatting with your AI agent or your AI agronomist and it's helping you reduce water usage on 500 acres, well, presumably that's much greater than the 500 milliliters that it cost. So my rule of thumb is about 1,000 to 1 ratio of power and water usage than the benefit. The other thing to bear in mind, and we hear about these huge data centers being built, either in the UK or around the world, 99.9% of those data centers are not being used for agriculture, right? They're generating basically slop on the internet and videos and poetry and cheating on homework. We're sort of getting a free ride on all of that AI infrastructure. So the headline is, I'm not really too concerned about the footprint of agriculture. I'm concerned about the footprint of AI, but we should separate out ag. And then one other thing to bear in mind, if you visualize a sprayer going through a field with AI systems measuring each weed and spraying or lasering, whatever, those use about, give or take, 100 watts of power to do that on the edge. Compare that to probably a few thousand watts of power for the air conditioning unit in the cab. So we're not even close to it being in a problem area, and I don't see it getting worse. So I want to get that out of the way. Now let's talk about AI. What I want to do with this slide is sort of give you a framework of how I see AI evolving, or yeah, it's really evolving in all different industries, because it's very general purpose. The base layer of AI is its ability to collect data at scale very cheaply. Basically, data collection will become free. What I'm going to build here is sort of a forecast of what's happening in the future. So data collection becomes free. Think about extracting information from images is so easy to do now with AI, you wouldn't have a human do it. That data then feeds into creating models. So models of being able to see what's in an image and learn about something or make a prediction. Knowledge will become a commodity. Knowing things, knowing facts, will no longer be a source of competitive advantage. Think about how much now you're using Gemini, GPT, or Claude to answer a question that you might previously have gone to an expert for. That is just going to get better and better. So, step 2, knowledge will become a commodity. Now, once AI knows things, it will be able to reason and have intuition about things. Now, I know this is potentially a little bit controversial. You might say there's no way that AI has intuition or reasoning. That's a human trait. Trust me, AI is way beyond that. We saw even 7 years ago at Google where AI could play Go, a very tactical, very strategic human game that's been played for thousands of years. It was considered far beyond the ability of computers to play. And this game-playing software called AlphaGo demolished the world champion Go player, 4 games to 1. Just completely killed him. This was 7 years ago. And the point was, there was a move played in that game, move 37, that was so original, so creative, so elegant, that the human experts were just flabbergasted. It was an example of an AI generating new knowledge, creating something so intuitive, we didn't think it would have been possible. That was 7 years ago. So decisions become outsourced to these AI agents making decisions for you. think about how we use Google Maps today. I know, for one, that I couldn't probably drive from my house to Tesco without using Google Maps anymore, even though it's like right down the street. I've become completely dependent. I've outsourced my decision-making to Google Maps. That kind of outsourcing decision-making is going to happen everywhere we make decisions. What's the outcome of a decision? It's an action. So the next obvious step is that decision becomes action in the real world. Think, well, the obvious build on the Google Maps is self-driving cars. If you haven't been in a self-driving car, and they're not, I don't see them much in the UK, but in San Francisco, they're absolutely everywhere. You just hail one, a car shows up, door opens, you get in, and off it drives into traffic. There's no driver in the seat, there's no safety driver. The first time you do it, it is mind-blowing. I imagine it was what it was like for the Victorian era, you know, getting into a horseless carriage for the first time, you're freaking out. It is absolutely mind-blowing. But the second time you do it, it becomes completely normal. And you wonder why you ever sat in a stinky cab with a crazy driver before. So the next step is full automation, more precision, but lower cost, etc. That's not the final step. In fact, I think the final step, anyway, the ultimate step is the most interesting one. It's when action leads to discovery. So interacting with the real world to learn about the real world. Ultimately, I believe that AI will start to learn about our world by interacting with it. And this is a very new area called world models. You'll start hearing more and more about world models, I predict. Many of the models we use there are called LLMs. They're built on text. They've read the internet. They've read Reddit. They've watched YouTube videos. They've read all of Daniel whatever's, you know, romance novels. That's how they think we exist. So AIs have basically learned about the world by reading the internet. That's going to be obviously limiting. The next step is they learn about the world by interacting with it. That's where we can work with AI to more deeply understand nature and biology and the whole world. So keep an eye on that term, world models. So this is deliberately generic. I haven't talked about agriculture yet. And that's a prediction of the future. But I see all of these 5 things already happening in agriculture. I want to give you just a few quick examples just to sort of ground it in reality. Because many of them will enable sustainable agriculture to happen at scale, and which is why I'm excited about it. It's why I'm even here talking about it to you today. Let's start at the bottom layer. The ability to collect data very quickly and very cheaply. Better data collection would allow things like, let's say, scouting, allow things like early disease detection, more accurate prescription, and so using less chemicals. Or proving ecosystem services. Did this action happen or not happen? Was there no-till? Was it a cover crop planted? Rather than a person going out and looking for those things, AI can basically go in and determine that. And I think we might hear a bit about that from some of the panelists later. We'll see. So foundationally, getting more data should be generally good. The next level up, which is knowledge, remember I said knowledge becomes a commodity, gives the potential for the most customized, personalized, locally specific knowledge to be available to any farmer wherever they need it, in whatever language they want it. This is work I'm doing right now with the Gates Foundation, building AI agronomists for smallholder farmers in India, sub-Saharan Africa, to give those farmers access to the best advice, basically for free. Or we're talking about giving advice for about 20p. So we're bringing the cost of knowledge down to the point where anyone can have it. And I think it's self-evident that would be incredibly useful, especially for understanding complex agricultural practices or new practices, or bringing a farmer into the Leaf fold and getting them up to speed, rather than reading a lot of documentation, basically having information available to them. Now, remember, it was data, knowledge, and then decision-making. Agronomy advisory services currently provided by humans, trusted humans who are very intuitive. I already see agronomy models showing up and being used by farmers. They're not perfect yet, but they're pretty darn good. And so for complex practices like integrated farm management, having the ability to ask questions and have a dialogue with an agent will lower the barriers. Certainly in the US, we see this a lot already. This is what Mineral ultimately ended up doing when we were acquired by John Deere. We did precision application of chemistry. We could basically drive through a field at 15 miles an hour and identify a weed the size of my fingernail and shoot it with just the tiniest dash of herbicide. much less usage of chemistry. Yes, it's still, there's still synthetic chemicals, but much lower impact on the environment. Robots that can drive around doing UV treatment of strawberries so that we're not using as many fungicides. We can already see AI showing up to have impact in that case, in the action case. And then let's go to the ultimate goal, the idea that that AI can deepen our understanding of the world. It's already happening in agriculture. Precision breeding. There was an announcement just recently between Sunworld and Pairwise to use AI to predict the gene edits to make pitless cherries, for example. Now, I get it, pitless cherries is not a sustainability thing, but my point is once you can understand the loci on the DNA of where certain attributes are, it opens up the world to have crops that require fewer chemicals, are more drought tolerant, are more sustainably growable. There's another company that I saw some very interesting news about called Heritable. It just announced something with the Gates Foundation to use AI to predict gene edits that could make crops more drought tolerant for sub-Saharan Africa. This is all incredibly exciting, and I think we should embrace it because it will make the challenge of growing more with less more tractable. So there we have it. So we have data leads to knowledge, knowledge leads to decision-making leads to action, and interaction with the world leads to a better understanding of the world. So I've used data a lot, and this was sort of a setup for data and the future of agriculture. So let's talk about data, which takes me to my second page. I've heard this expression, and it was the guy from Dunnhumby, actually, who came up with it. It was called, data is the new oil. It's kind of catchy. Oh, yeah, data is the new oil. It's really important. It's going to power everything. Is data the new oil? No. It's actually a terrible metaphor, and it's not helpful. And let me explain why I think data is not the new oil, and we need to be careful about the analogies we use. Data is not a commodity. The value of data, the price of data, is not set by how much it costs to produce it, which is how oil is basically priced. It's not fungible, which means it's not interchangeable. A gigabyte of images of strawberries is not the same value as a gigabyte of DNA data about strawberries. These are not transposable. There's a lovely term, it's non-rivalrous, which means if an apple is rivalrous. Once I've eaten the apple, you can't eat the apple. But data is non-rivalrous. I can generate data in a spreadsheet and use it, and then you can use the spreadsheet and also generate data ad infinitum. That's not oil. You can't do that with oil. And this is a lovely one. It has network effects. 1 barrel of oil plus 1 barrel of oil equals 2 barrels of oil. That's all the math we're going to do today. But data is not like that. One piece of data combined with one other piece of relevant synergistic data could be equal 3 or 5 or 5,000. So it's nothing like, it's the wrong mindset to think about data as oil. And then the last one, which is, I think we're all dealing with it as farmers, data comes with privacy baggage. Oil doesn't have any privacy baggage. It may be crude, but it has no privacy. I know, sorry, that's a huge groan. I wrote that one myself. Perhaps the only real similarity between oil and data is they're both very messy to handle. So what's a better metaphor? I mean, I don't just want to sort of throw shade at the oil is the new data, but let's come up with a better one. Hopefully most of you in the room know who these two gents are. The guy on the right, that's Fritz Haber. The guy on the left in the lab coat, that's Carl Bosch. This is the 1910s, and the thing in the test tube is a catalyst. They figured out how to use a catalyst to extract nitrogen from the atmosphere, basically solving the problem of synthetic fertilizer. And catalysis is a really good metaphor for data. And let me explain why. I don't need to be a chemist for this to be a good metaphor. So first off, the value of data is contextual. So in other words, iron is a good catalyst for some things, but not a good catalyst for others. Same with data. The data is only relevant in the context that you're using it in. It has nothing to do with how much it costs you to produce this data. Interestingly, that's why I've got a picture of a scientist on the wall. The value of data can be improved by data scientists. You can actually manipulate data. You can synthesize it. You can clean it. You can improve. Data science increases the value of data. The other thing about catalysts is they can get poisoned. If you screw up your catalyst in your car, it will no longer extract the whatever catalysts do in your car. Same thing with data. A small amount of bad data in your data set will destroy your model, far in excess of the amount. Let's say 1% of bad data could reduce the accuracy of your yield forecasting model by 10%. That's what catalysts do. And perhaps the most important one to actually remember if you're thinking about data and how you might use data in your organization is collecting data at random is a huge waste of time. Right? You can actually anticipate and figure out in advance what data should I go and collect to solve what problem. You can and you should figure out what data to collect and then go get it. But many of our data efforts turn into sort of these random hunting expeditions where we go and collect data because we can. And I'm guilty of that as much as the next person. I used to measure how well we were doing by how many images we'd captured. That's completely idiotic. What matters is how much diversity is in your data, how much the data represents the domain that you care about. Quantity is not a measure of quality. So there we go. So data, hopefully now people will stop saying data is the new oil, and from this day forth, we should say data is the new catalyst. So data is necessary for this AI future that's coming and all those benefits that I showed you, but it is not sufficient. And for anyone running an organization, this is going to be a bit of a challenge because just collecting data is not going to give you the benefit that you want. There's a few other things you're going to need to put into place. I mentioned data scientists. So there will be new skills and processes you will be hiring for. There'll be new job titles coming that don't exist today in any contemporary organization. Data scientist, ML engineer, AI engineer, ML ops. These are all sort of foreign-sounding words, but trust me, they're going to be as ordinary as having a finance director or an HR professional. If you have a company that's going to be built on data, and I struggle to see any company in the future that won't be built on data, you're going to have these new skills and processes. You also need new kinds of infrastructure, which probably don't exist today. The ability to collect data and store it securely, whether it's on-premise or more likely in the cloud. The ability to manipulate and process that data, what's called ML ops, or machine learning operations, which is a fancy way of saying taking data in, training a model, testing it, and deploying it to the field, and doing that over and over again. But perhaps the most difficult part of the transformation to this AI future is going to be the cultural change that will be required. And it's not just people are not used to treating data as this precious catalyst. There are so many other things going on in organizations. I've spoken to organizations who don't want to use the word AI in anyone's title because it's threatening. It sounds like we're going to get rid of your job. And I totally understand why that is a fear. But frankly, hiding under the desk is probably not a good strategy to avoid what's coming. So being very realistic and very open with the team of why are we embracing AI? What are we going to do with it? How does this transform the way we work rather than replace your job, obviously, is necessary. It will be necessary for companies to embrace this AI future that is coming. I started riffing and I'm not looking at my notes at all. Okay, so penultimate slide. I said that it all seems a little bit intimidating to do all these changes in the org. Is it all worth it? I think we are at this this is an S-curve, a technology adoption S-curve. Most technologies go through this shape, which is you start off in the lower bounds where very little appears to be happening and only a few early adopters. Then there's an adoption phase where people start getting on board, and then there's a maturation phase where almost everyone is on board, and the only holdouts are people who want to, be sort of more artisanal in whatever technology. They don't really want to use technology. And this, in fact, is a graph of GMO crop adoption. But I could show you auto steer or hybridization or almost any technology looks like this. And my point is, we're way over there on the left-hand side right now. Very little adoption, lots of confusion about what it's going to be good for, lots of debate about, well, maybe it won't actually happen. But I'm convinced we are at the lowlands of this curve, and we're going to hit a knee, and very quickly adoption will happen such that it'll be impossible to stay in business if you're not using AI effectively. So what's my advice if this turns out to be true? 4 things, as I mentioned earlier: collecting data intentionally. There's a lovely saying in agriculture, like the best time to collect data is 10 years ago, because you never get the same year again. And the second best time to start collecting data is basically tomorrow. But again, don't just go out and randomly go on a data collecting hunt. Start thinking about what would be useful to my business, how do I collect it, how do I get the diversity. Second is, we're not going to sort of transform the business overnight and do this giant leap. Take baby steps before making huge commitments. Bring the organization along, do hackathons, do small projects, get people comfortable with what it can and, importantly, what it can't do. I think evaluating which things are going to need to be done in the company versus off the shelf. What I mean by that is this will force us to really reflect on what is it that we do or you do as a company. What's the core capability of your business? Because building an AI, for example, to do image recognition, it's probably a waste of time. There are lots of other companies that are going to be much better than you at doing that. Let somebody else do it. But if you have some proprietary data that if you can build an AI model around that, let's say it's yield forecasting or flavor prediction or genomic prediction, and you believe that's core to your business, and throw a moat around that thing. Invest in the data collection. Protect it fiercely. Don't let anyone disclose that data onto GPT. So being very clear on what should be in the company and what can be done better by somebody else. And then that 5, my point of showing you the sort of the stack of 5 was there's a lot of interdependency in building AI. You can't build a really good autonomy model unless you have really good data. You can't build a really good agronomy advisory model until you have good knowledge models. So figuring out what are the dependencies in all of this. Okay, so that was a very quick run through a fairly complicated topic, but my goal was to sort of give you some new frameworks to think about AI beyond perhaps how you're experiencing AI today, which might be going on to ChatGPT and asking it to plan your next vacation, or whatever you're using GPT for today. That is just the tiniest edge of what is coming in AI, and I really hope that we will embrace AI to allow us to advance the mission of creating more sustainable, more regenerative, and frankly, a better food system for all of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you want to be there, that'd be great. We're going to move on to some questions now for Elliott. And please, while you're thinking about what you're going to ask, I'm just going to put a couple myself. I'm a little, I hope to be honest, probably a lot more skeptical about AI than you are. And one of the things you just talked at the very end about, if you get something good, throw a moat around it, protect it. Yep. AI has ripped off every single book I've written, every single without paying me a damn thing. Right. It's not a moral platform, it's a thief at the moment. And I worry about whether anyone should respect that it won't be that in the future. And I was amused by your metaphors, one of which you said was wrong, oil. And then you talked about Harbour Bosch.
Yeah.
I'd say the similarity between AI and oil is they're both going to be responsible for runaway climate change. And you could argue the same about the Harbour Bosch process as well. So I think you should be a little bit careful about how you use analogies in this space, especially with those who might not admire what AI can deliver quite to the extent that you do. I mean, you talked yourself about how you cannot now find your way to Tesco's without AI.
Yeah.
That's a bad thing, isn't it?
Yes.
You've been lobotomized geographically.
Is there a question in here? Or is that
No, not really. It's just a slight. We've had a massive hurrah for the power of AI, and I just wanted to let the audience know that there are one or two other views about this subject.
If I may,
Please do.
I don't disagree with anything you've said, and in fact, I'm also writing a book, which will probably get ripped off by AI, about the unintended consequences of AI. So I think if twice as much time, I would have gone into, here are all the ways that it could go wrong, because you're absolutely right. I think Haber-Bosch and fixed nitrogen is a really good one. Would we want to go back to using horse manure and guano as our only source of fertilizer? Probably not. Has it caused massive runoff, eutrophication, nitrous oxide emissions? Absolutely yes. So I don't think any of these technologies are unalloyed goods, and I didn't want to, maybe I sort of got a bit too enthusiastic about it, but I think you're obviously right that this is not all good, but the risk is we throw out the baby with the bathwater, and that's probably my biggest fear, is we say, well, this is just, it's just terrible, I don't want anything to do with that.
Absolutely right, and the flip side, of course, of Haber-Bosch is it's probably keeping half of the world's population alive today. So,
is.
I'm not rosy-eyed about that. Well, having got some of those things off my chest, as Elliott was speaking, I hope you'll forgive me a little bit of chairman's indulgence there. But
bring it on, yeah.
I'm sure you can take it. You're much more experienced in this world than I am. Yes, lady there.
Hi, Hayley Warrens from One Carbon World. So you mentioned earlier that a few messages only consumes about 500 millilitres of water, but collectively, that's a huge amount of water. Now, despite what we're doing with our net zero ambitions, a degree of climate change is already locked in because we've been abusing fossil fuels for a long time. That will invariably cause water scarcity and stress, and it will affect the UK if you do look at the projections. So how do we avoid trade-offs with our food producers, our farmers having enough water to irrigate and then having enough water to cool down these massive data mainframes?
Yeah, let me try to unpack that a little bit. I mean, the point I was making was if you're using AI to make important decisions about water usage, it's a really good trade-off, right? You're probably going to have 1,000 to 1 benefit. And so I would encourage us not to say we don't want to use AI for agriculture because it uses water. The other 99.9% of AI queries that are consuming most of the water are for things like generating videos or, what most of us would consider to be junk. So if we're worried about water consumption, we should focus on, are there legislative or regulatory answers to where you cite a data center or how much water they should be using? So I want to sort of separate, I want to decouple the use of AI for sustainability from AI itself will be a net contributor or could be a net contributor to climate change. That also, I think there's a danger getting trapped in today's data. So today, yes, AI data centers are energy monsters, right? They're very inefficient. We have a long way to go still to improve the efficiency of the chips, the cooling. Literally, there are companies in California talking about shooting data centers into space so that they don't need to have cooling. Or you could sink them in the sea. So, it's very dangerous to sort of project forward the consumption we see today and think it will be linear or even exponential. Inevitably, the cost and availability of water will cause us to innovate that solution.
Thank you very much. I think it's a really good point. I mean, a lot of the ridiculous and very energy demanding stuff out there is, make me look like a cat or, make me look, make a video of me as if I were in Game of Thrones or whatever. I mean, those are very demanding. I take it that truck going off the edge of a cliff was an AI generated image.
That was probably a teaspoon of water right there.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Elliott. I'm David Webster, a Chief Executive at Leaf. I was really interested, actually, not only in what you were just saying just now, but also an analogy you drew at the Oxford Farming Conference at the debate, where you mentioned, and I put this up with you earlier, you mentioned that in 1936 the debate was there were 650,000 horses in the UK, and the debate was what's going to happen to the horses when mechanisation comes through. And what I was so interested in, actually, was this point about not being able to see the type of farming system that was about to emerge. And I, picking back on what you've just said there, you alluded to the fact that we're now getting into a world where AI can help us model biological systems and an understanding of farming. And we had a debate this morning on regenerative farming, which was exactly about this same point, about the complex interactions between biological systems. I'm just interested from the research that you've done already and what you're seeing, if you look forward into the future, what sort of farming system are you envisaging that we are going to be working within? Is this just about, at the moment when I think about AI, I think about driverless tractors and things like that. Yeah. I suspect it's going to be something.
It's going to be way different to that. And so so thank you for that question. It's very difficult to predict more than a year or two ahead particularly in a system that's changing exponentially. So if you're familiar with exponentials, the rate of change is increasing. We as humans are biologically programmed to think linearly. So the idea of predicting, and that debate was predicting 90 years into the future, it's impossible with an exponential change. There's just no way that we can anticipate what AI will look like 90 years from now. If you think about when GPT first emerged, that was only 3.5 years ago. And now we're all it's doing things we could barely imagine. Now multiply that by 30, I can't imagine. So my first answer is, no, I have no idea what agriculture will look like, but I am convinced in the way that those farmers, talking about the horses in 1936, would have struggled to envisage a future today. I am convinced that we will struggle to envision a future, but it won't look like today. Right? Could you imagine the 1936 farmer imagining a self-driving combine doing 1,000 acres at 15 miles an hour with one person driving it with satellite remote sensing? It would have sounded like we were completely mad. And so the idea that we can predict what farming will look like, I'm not even qualified to guess, but I will guess. Because here's what because I'm here and I'll have some guesses. I suspect there will, look, I'm not a fan of synthetic food. I think farming and producing real food from the land will be with us as humans for the foreseeable future. But it is possible to synthesize food from air, or at least protein from air. You can synthesize it from fossil fuels, but it doesn't taste very good. So I think we will still be producing food from the land. I think that meat, and I know that's kind of a dangerous thing to say, I think that meat consumption will go down for lots of reasons. I think it's just so horribly inefficient as a way to produce edible food from the land that we'll see a shift towards more plant-based. Personally, I'm skeptical about synthetic cellular meat. I don't know, but again, 90 years is a long time. So things will look different, but there'll be some similarities. What I think will fundamentally change is the business of farming. I think we'll see some very large-scale farms doing things incredibly efficiently with intensification. And I also think I hope we'll see a proliferation of much smaller, more bespoke type farming. And the analogy I would give you here is what we see with Spotify. So if anyone's used Spotify, it's a music platform that allows artists to match with audiences. In the old days, it used to be the R&B man who would connect an audience to an artist. And it was very narrow. And along come these platforms, and it suddenly allows hundreds of thousands of artists to collect to hundreds of millions of people. And they find little niches. Now, parlay that into agriculture, the idea being personalization, localization. You want a certain kind of crop, you want a certain kind of food, and you can be matched with the producer of that food in a way that's just not possible today. So the model today of commodification, general, uniform food production, I just think that is an artifact of old thinking industrial agriculture. If we have AI where you could have a robot, and again, I built these robots and they weren't that great, but they will get there, a robot basically managing every plant on your field and continuously managing it, the scale changes completely. So again, very hard to imagine it, but I think it'd be a mistake to think it's just a more shiny version of what we have today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. I have a question about power in the political and economic sense rather than in the energy sense. You gave the example of why data is not like oil, and you said it was non-rivalrous, and you used the analogy of the apple and said that, if I eat an apple, you can't. With AI, isn't it a question of I grow the apple and then you sell it back to me? I'm just wondering, you take it and sell it back to me. So I'm wondering where not just farmers' knowledge, but other forms of knowledge by other actors within the supply chain and, of course, beyond and outside food as well. And I'm also particularly thinking of developing countries as well, and farmer knowledge there too. Where does that become commodified and used to? It's extractive, and I mean, again, this is not unique to AI. It's the way things are right now, but surely it exacerbates a situation that needs to be changed.
So the short answer is yes, I agree with you that the model for AI will be take one person's knowledge and then make it available to many more people. Take your book basically and make it more available. And that if it's done incorrectly, which it is today, doesn't reward the originator of that knowledge. So the bad outcome is someone generates knowledge or generates data and they're not rewarded for it, and that's taken away and then used for everyone else's benefit. The better model, which is not unbelievable, is there's a way to micropay that knowledge generator, and they are rewarded for producing knowledge or producing data. And the value that they are rewarded by is a function of how much value it creates. That's totally doable. That's just not how it's done today. And the argument, and the reason it's not done today, and you sort of alluded in your opening question, is the economics and structure of how AI works today. If you sign up for Facebook, you click on their terms of agreement, you give them the right to use all your information, free and clear. We just sort of wandered blindly into that trap. There's a saying about Facebook, if the product is free, then you are the product, right? You are being sold to advertisers. We don't have to accept that as a model for the future of agriculture. Now, we're right at that. We've probably got a few years to figure this out before it's game over. But I think a model where data rights are protected, privacy is respected, and there is a business model that says if you produce valuable data, I will reward you for it, that would be actually better for everybody. There's no guarantee we'll get that.
Thank you very much indeed, Elliott. You're going to be back here for some questions with the panel later, but tremendous. Thank you very much for a very, very thought-provoking talk. Thank you, Elliott. So we've got a series of people coming up to give talks a little bit like this morning. I think as opposed to this morning, I'll just bring them up one at a time and then we'll join them as a panel on stage later. So we're going to start our panellists with David Hutchinson, who is chairman of the Hutchinson Group and director of HL Hutchinson Limited. David.
Thank you very much, everybody. And I've been asked to speak on using data from theory to practice in regenerative agriculture. So here we go. It's really good to be amongst such a group of progressive, innovative, enthusiastic people. I'm thoroughly enjoying the conference so far. So, for over 8 decades, Hutchinson's has been rooted in the business of supporting UK agriculture. We've seen farming evolve from post-war mechanisation, plant breeding, to the digital revolution that we've got today. And it's a revolution that has the potential, I believe, to make real differences as to how we produce our food in a truly regenerative, climate-positive, sustainable, and profitable way. And central to this transition is a concept which I believe holds one of the keys to our collective success: beautiful data. So what do we mean by that? It's not just data that is clean, accurate, or complete, although, of course, it must be all of those things. It's data that empowers better decisions that can be implemented on farm and moves us from general principles to precise action. So it's the vital information gathered and processed with digital technology that allows a farmer to treat every square metre of their field, every animal in their herd, as a unique, dynamic ecosystem. And in the context of regenerative agriculture, beautiful data can allow us to achieve 2 things simultaneously: the optimal use of resources and maximising ecological and climate benefits. And I believe it can move us beyond the point of less harm to a point of genuine positive impact. And the theory of regenerative farming is compelling, but how do we turn that theory into practical, profitable, and systemic change for the benefit of farmers and society as a whole? So I'd like to give you 2 examples as to how we at Hutchinson's are trying to turn that theory into practice through 2 key digital services that we offer: TerraMap and Omnia. So this is the TerraMap scanner in the field. But as we know, regenerative agriculture starts with the soil. And as has been said many times, we cannot manage what we don't measure. So 5 years ago, we introduced TerraMap. It's high-definition soil scanning and mapping. And unlike traditional mapping, which might give you 1 or 2 data points per hectare, TerraMap will give 800 data points per hectare.
And this is using gamma ray detection technology to deliver really accurate, reliable soil data. And when I refer to 800 data points, what I mean is 800 physical points, because within each of those 800 data points, there are 26 measurements. They include pH, phosphate, potassium, magnesium, soil texture, organic matter content, active and inactive carbon, and the ability of the soil to hold water, amongst other things. So this isn't just a map, it's an underground digital blueprint of a field's potential and its constraints. And it immediately reveals the significant and often surprising variability that exists within a single field boundary. And you'll know from your own farming experience how extensive that variability can be. But the raw data is of no use whatsoever if it just sits on a hard drive or on a wall. It needs a mechanism to transform it into actionable intelligence. And this is the role of our farm management software, Omnia. So amongst other data, it takes the TerraMap data and integrates it with all the other farm data that we can muster. So that might be satellite imagery, yield maps from previous crops and the previous cropping history, environmentally sensitive zones, historical weather, input history, and cultivations. And combining all that data and intelligence from all these sources, it's able to do a number of really useful things. For example, creating a variable seed map. And here you can see the really significant differences. This is wheat, and this is kilos per hectare. You've got this in a highly productive, fertile area, 161 kilos per hectare of seed. And here we've got 228, 251 kilos per hectare of seed. So what it does is it then is able to output that information to a seed drill that will then variably apply those seed rates. And then we look at nitrogen, which of course is a really major challenge in climate-friendly farming. It's one of the three most significant sources of on-farm emissions. And Omnia integrates the existing nitrogen supply from the soil, the crop and its growth stage, the yield potential, current fertilizer prices, and a number of other factors to create a highly targeted nitrogen application map. And this effectively allows the farmer to apply nitrogen exactly where it is required in the quantities that will have greatest effect. It reduces leaching, cuts the carbon footprint of the farm, and takes nutrients to the point of greatest effect. And again, this output is transferred seamlessly via the cloud from the computer to the tractor with its GPS-enabled equipment, which in turn drives the seed drill or the fertilizer applicator. So what we've now got is precision in reality. And like many in this audience, I guess, I think people have been working on precision farming since the mid-1990s. There have been lots of blind alleys, etc. But we're there now, and it's real, and it's achievable. So we see four critical interconnected outcomes from embedding these tools. First, we can identify areas of land or parts of a field that are capable of producing crops in a profitable and sustainable manner. So we can produce a cost per tonne of production map. And when you look at this area here, this is wheat, producing wheat at £135 a tonne. Even at today's prices, that's profitable. And we all know the areas of our fields that are less productive, but now we can put a figure on it. We can measure it. This piece of land here, £441 per tonne to produce a tonne of wheat. Well, there must be better things we can do with that parcel of land. So it enables us to concentrate production in the right places and utilise the less productive land for better alternatives such as environmental options. Second benefit is optimal use of inputs. So this is of immediate financial benefit. We're using the right amount of seed, the right amount of fertilizer, the right amount of crop protection products to achieve the same or better yield, leading to a direct improvement in the grower's return. And thirdly, we can see a reduced environmental impact. So similar to the cost of production in pounds slide I showed you, we can now see the number of units of carbon that are required per tonne of production. And you can see in this example, we've got almost half the requirement on the left-hand side as we do here. So this information is really insightful. It allows us to move from focusing on maximum yield, of course yield is still really important, to minimizing the cost per tonne, both in terms of money and carbon. And that's, of course, a real benefit. Fourth, we've got enhanced provenance and accountability. So in a market that demands greater transparency, beautiful data is providing this auditable, verifiable record needed for provenance schemes, carbon markets, and demonstrating real commitment to environmental stewardship. So the technology is powerful, but it's the journey from theory to widespread practice does face a number of challenges. Firstly, precision technology does require an enhanced skill set, but it's exciting to learn about it. It requires an ability to interpret the data, ask the right questions, challenge it where it doesn't make sense, although hopefully it does most of the time, and engage in learning. So we're moving from a farming model that's mainly based on instinct and intuition to one based on much more precise information, both at farm and field level. Second barrier is interoperability. Farmers often use multiple systems, for example, machinery telematics, dairy herd management, crop management software, weather stations, accountancy packages, etc. And a key frustration, understandably, for many farmers is the lack of seamless communication. So Omnia is designed to achieve this. It already links multiple previously unconnected systems together. So beautiful data must be shareable. Drill made by company A must be able to talk to software made by company B, to tractor made by company C. But there is a cultural barrier, which is trust. Who owns the data, who can access it, and how it will be used? And that's why, personally, I believe, and our business believes, that data governance is non-negotiable. I'm proud to sit on the Council of Farm Data Principles that operates the Farm Data Safe governance scheme. The fundamental principle is simple. The farmer owns the data, and systems should be designed to put the farmer in control, allowing them to explicitly grant and revoke permission for data use. And as an industry, we've got to prove we're responsible stewards. The food supply chain can also play its part because we have, in terms of rewarding farmers, etc. So, to end, I hope I've given a couple of examples of how theory into practice with regenerative agriculture is already happening and can happen to an even greater extent. But a brief conclusion is, I believe that the use of beautiful data is a key part of a successful future for all farming approaches, whichever a farmer chooses to adopt, and can help producers to operate in ways that are environmentally sustainable, financially viable, and benefit to society as a whole. And after all, nutritious food produced in such a manner is an achievement that we can all be proud to be part of. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, David. And we're straight on to another David, David Farrell, CEO and founding partner of Blue North Sustainability. Welcome to the stage, David.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to present this afternoon. This came about initially from a conversation I had with David about a year ago, and he had been referred to us through one of the board members of Leaf, who happens to be a client of ours in South Africa. And we had a very productive conversation and a sense that what we were doing as a private company, our aspirations, how we were going about our work, and so on, resonated a lot with the founding principles and ethos of Leaf itself. And one thing led to another. And here I am in the UK presenting with you all. So again, I'm very grateful, David, for the opportunity. So David asked that I just set a little bit of context around us as a business. And really, it is to set context for the main part that I wanted to share, which is just some insights around the work that we do with collecting data at farm level. And particularly where that data is, we're trying to get a picture of the system as a whole, its sustainability credentials, its performance across economic, social, and environmental dimensions. So not operational systems or operational farm management, as David has just been through now, but much more that higher level strategic view. That's the kind of domain that we work in. So just a quick introduction to my business. We started in 2011, and our focus has always been on agri and food system sustainability. We have clients across the value chains. Our sweet spot in terms of the market we serve are South African fruit farmers and wine farmers or vineyard producers who are serving export markets and are feeling the pressure from international retailers around market access requirements, environmental credentials and standards, social performance, and so on. And we have a suite of online solutions where we connect to farmers to collect data and to generate high-level strategic reporting and so on, and we wrap around that advisory services to help them on this journey towards greater sustainability, more regenerative, more resilient farming. When we started the company, we tried to craft a number of sort of core ideas that we would sort of hold on to as we progressed from essentially a startup. And there were a few here that I just put this in because as I look back now, sort of 14, 15 years on, these remain very true and relevant. So this idea that change really comes from the inside out. If we're talking about moving the needle on this agenda, how do we shift hearts and minds in this journey? Farmers hold the most important keys to sustainability. And that means we've got to really acknowledge the importance that the farming community plays at that interface between the natural system and society's need for sustenance. So to be treated with the right respect, sensitivity, and honoring in that role. And I think often with our top-down imposition of standards and so on, we can sometimes lose that, and these things are met with resistance quite understandably. Bottom left, metrics provide the most critical feedback loops necessary for ongoing learning and improvement. This idea in complex systems, when you're dealing with complexity, you've got to create multiple feedback loops to sense where you are in that system. Then at the center, at the bottom, there's a big difference between strong and weak sustainability, a little bit technical, but it's just understanding our place in the world that ultimately our business endeavors have got to operate within the carrying capacity of the planet. And that's often missed in sustainability. It's almost sustainability and environmental sustainability in particular is somehow seen detached from economics. Economics tends to trump all of that. This sees it as embedded subsystems. And then bottom right, agriculture is characterized by high variability and non-uniformity. So just understanding that context matters, and when you go in and you're measuring in certain areas how you interpret and so on has to reflect that context. Just a picture of our team at the end of last year, and then from a skills and sort of expertise point of view, we cover agriculture, ecology, engineering, and IT and software. We currently span well beyond South Africa now, and that's thanks to our clients that we have in the UK and in Europe who have international value chains that push back into these other territories. So we're sitting at over 1,500 sites that are connected to our systems. Okay, and now for just, this was something David asked me to add in. There's an interesting connection between the work we've done when we started and Leaf, in that we were commissioned by WWF. When one of our first big projects as a consulting business was to create what was called the Sustainable Fruit Initiative for South African fruit farmers to guide them on a sustainability journey from an environmental point of view. And so we created the architecture of that and the content for that, and that bottom picture is really just this idea that we needed to see this farming system as a whole, and where were the touch points that we needed to consider when building content for this framework. That was then taken into what has become the CESA environmental standard, and the interesting linkage here is that LEAF and CESA have now created this collaboration and this equivalence agreement. So we kind of were right at the beginning of that, had no idea really how that would end, and here I am talking at a LEAF conference, so just an interesting backstory. So just on to some thoughts around farm level performance indicators. And I've framed these, David, for you and your team in a way to think about as you consider, how do you collect data? How do you gather evidence from farms? So an actor outside of the farming system considering how do we approach this going back to a farming community or to individual farms. And I've come up with 8 insights that I hope are of value to you. So as a first point was when we're considering measuring performance in whatever dimension it is at farm level, you have to start with being clear on the why. Be explicit about the question the indicator is seeking to answer. So what outcome, risk, or impact are we actually trying to understand? What decision is the indicator meant to inform? And indicators without a clear purpose, where this question isn't dealt with, quickly become compliance noise rather than decision support tools. Avoid reductionism. Don't collapse complex systems down into single metrics. There's a large focus at the moment on carbon. We do a lot of carbon measurement work, but it can become this tunnel vision, and single issues hide the trade-offs and unintended consequences. We're dealing with highly complex adaptive systems with interactions across these different dimensions. We need to sense the system across its through multiple complementary indicators viewed together. Then this one, trends matter more than precision. We get very fixated on absolute correct protocol application to get the right data point or the right information or the right performance indicator calculated. But just remember, a performance indicator, it's a proxy. It's not the system itself. Chasing perfect data delays insight, learning, and action. Consistent measurement. So once you've chosen your method, stick with that. Over time, that is more important. The trend reveals the areas of improvement, stagnation, or decline. Insight number 4, get results to the decision makers. So this would be the farmers themselves. You're going in and collecting data. You're scrubbing data from them for whatever reason. But you can understand the resentment to data just flowing one way. And then how is this useful? So somehow recalculate or calculate and get that into a view for the decision makers at farm level to avoid this situation where data is supplied, but they never see the results. So indicators should be calculated and visible as close as real time as possible. So timely feedback. So you punch the data in, or it gets imported, or whatever it is, you should be able to see something of the result of that quickly. You can use it for decision making. So number 5, see the system as a whole. So use dashboards. And here we're just talking about some sort of integrated view of multiple indicators that can be seen in a consistent, coherent format across all aspects of the system you're measuring. Patterns, correlations, and emerging risk become visible and better understood. And the analogy we use, it's like the flight deck of a jetliner, hugely complex system with multiple components, interacting parts. No one gauge tells the whole story. You need to be able to see and manage and moderate and manage the system according to all those feedback loops. Number 6, ruthless simplification. And this really comes down to this top-down, often the way it comes to a farmer, top-down imposition of requirements that they have to then deal with. And it's really about respecting the farmer's time and cognitive load, and to only request data that is already collected or easy to collect, and then use integrations, automations, and IoT, for example, to avoid duplication. Often the data is sitting somewhere. How do you connect it in? And this is just a thought around the paradox of all this effort to try and analyze and get data from farms. I'm almost done. is that it distracts farmers from the key thing that they should be doing. And in fact, the more you impose on them, perhaps the risk is actually going up. So respect that time. Psychology matters. Indicators must enable trust and learning and judgment. So this is about using the information to support more collaboration, not to police or as a pass-fail. And then lastly, context is key. Interpreting and comparing without context misleads. So looking at the individual results or comparing them, each farm is dramatically different with its own set of seasonal challenges, change over time, microclimate, and what have you. So understand the context. I hope those are valuable. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, David. I especially like that thing about the trend being more important than the precise figure sometimes. That's really good learning for us all, I think. And here he is. He's right here, right now. Nick Evans, founder and managing director of Oxbury Bank. Nick, the floor is yours. Not wasting any time, I see.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, you motivated me to keep this within 8 minutes by that promise of a bottle of something. So 8 minutes it'll be, or potentially less. Barely 12 months ago since I stood up here last time and launched the Oxbury Transition Facility. The purpose of today's presentation is to give you some update on the results of that, what we've seen and some of the learnings so far. Just to remind you what we did last time, we launched this transition facility, which is to reward and motivate farmers to embark upon a transitionary journey. And we did that in 2 parts, as a stage 1 for people who haven't yet started, and stage 2 for farmers who are already on the journey. And we motivated them by providing a facility, which was up to £500 a hectare of a facility limit. So if you were 1,000 hectares, you got a limit of 500,000. With the financial motivation being an unbeatable 1% over base. On the recognition, as we've heard multiple times this morning, that starting the transition journey is not necessarily free. And we also provided a leaf exclusive one where there was no fee in the facility. So it was an unbeatable financial facility. That was what we launched last year. All the headlines that subsequently were about it, all about the rate, of course, because no one's borrowing at 1 over base at the time. And so that was a bit that got the headlines. However, the transition facility encompassed 2 parts. One is the financial piece, which we've talked about, but it also encompassed the measurement and reporting of soil carbon emissions and soil organic carbon. And David's referred to the work that Hutchinson's are doing around TerraMap. This was to try and do that kind of soil organic carbon measurement at scale, at pace. So as part of the transition facility, what we do is we measure the carbon footprint, so the emissions of the farm, but really importantly, we also wanted to measure the soil organic carbon component as well. And we think that's really fundamental because it isn't just about cutting back on emissions, it's also about what you're doing on farm, the changes in the agronomic processes that you're making that allow the increase in soil organic carbon as well. We think the delta of those 2 is actually a really important metric. So carbon footprints, measurement of all the measurement from satellites, 10 by 10 meter squares, using downforce Earth observation to deliver, in effect, a delta or a real carbon score. And the eligibility for the facility was participation in SFI, participation in LEAF or a supplier like a Waitrose scheme or a processor like Buller or Harler, retail schemes as well, and/or changes in agronomic practices. And of course, people had to supply their accounts as well. So that's what happened. And people said quite often the biggest question I'm asked is why are you doing that? Why are you bothering? Here's a chart that we don't really often share, but today in the sort of 4 and a bit years that Oxbury's been around, we're now at about 8 or 9% market share of total UK farm borrowing. If you look at the bit at the end of December 2025, we're at £1.75 billion of loans outstanding on farms, of which 70% are long-term loans, of which the majority are over 20 years. There's a legal requirement for the UK to be net zero by 2050, so 2025 plus 25 years is 2050, and that's it's a major focus for us. And we're also really concerned about the change in the climate, which is clearly impacting farms and the ability of soils to be able to retain water or deal with excess water. So there's a real agronomic need for our customers to be, in our view, on that journey. So the launch of that facility, 750 million, as you can see, increased last year. What do we actually do? There's 180 active accounts now, so I thought it would be higher. In terms of the total limits, 630, so about 8% of our total lending last year was for transition-related facilities. You won't be able to see the detail on that, but in terms of the farm splits, clearly mixed farming is the biggest farm type in the country by definition from the DEFRA stats, followed by, in our case, dairy, and then cereals and combinable crops. So that's where the distribution is. And here's where it starts to get really interesting. What are people doing on farm, the management activities that they're doing on farm? And in a minute I'll show you what the results are. But these are the changes that farmers are making in their day-to-day practices, starting with changes in putting down lays, grass lays. So I think Jake mentioned that this morning, putting down grass lays, introducing cover crops and catch crops, introducing changes to tillage systems, and so on and so forth. And you can see there about the changes in the management practices that are taking place. And these are really practical things. And when we do the earth observation and share the data, the farm maps that come back from downforce, we share those with the farming community, our farmer customers, about what's happened. We've done something like 130,000 hectares now of mapping. It is absolutely fascinating. The farmers can tell the earth observation maps go back 7 years. The farmers can tell and see the changes in soil organic carbon changes on their farm by the changes they've made to their agronomic practices and weather and soil type around different fields. So those are the things that people are doing, and obviously we can share these slides later. And one of the key things we've seen that's come out of the analysis is that the longer that people have been doing practicing these regenerative practices on farm, the greater the stability of the soil organic carbon going forward. So if someone's only just started, then changes in weather and the impact of soil type makes a disproportionate impact on the level of soil organic carbon going forward. Once you've been doing this for 10 years, I think, again, Jake might have mentioned it this morning. I think, Johnny, you've been doing stuff for about that time as well. The greater the level of soil organic carbon stability that farmers are seeing. And therefore, what they're also seeing is the greater resilience to weather events, too wet or too dry, too hot, too cold. And this scatter chart here really shows the level of variation, much more variation for recent adopters, much greater stability in the early adopters. And just from a net zero perspective, 10% of our transition portfolio is on target for a 30% reduction in their total carbon position by 2030. And 40% of the portfolio is on a significant reduction as well. Won't hit 2030 for 30% down, but not far off. And leading on from this, what this has encouraged us to do is to think about using more technology in addition to downforce. And I think downforce are in the room here today. But so for example, biodiversity is a really clear indicator for us now, following some relatively recent trials. Measuring, and if someone had said this to me 5 years ago, I'd have laughed, but measuring bird noises on farms and recording the different numbers of species on the farms is a very good indicator of the types of, or the prevalence of, what sort of seeds are they eating. If a certain type of bird is present, then a certain type of seed, and similarly with insects. And worm populations and so on. So the greater the density of bird sound, the greater the density of biodiversity. And that leads into all sorts of other things as well. And there's a great correlation between that biodiversity and the and the soil organic carbon also. That's it.
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. And finally on our panel at least, we have Judith Batchelar, OBE, who is founder of Food Matters International Limited. Judith.
I'm conscious that I've got to bring you all home on time. And those of you who know me from previous roles will know that I don't have a problem talking. So I've actually got notes so that I can stick to 8 minutes. So without further ado, I left Sainsbury's about 5 years ago, and I'd done lots of work on collecting data at farm level over 15 years when I was there. And when I've left, that's continued. And so what I want to talk about today is everything that you've heard about, AI, metrics, reporting, KPIs, everything else. But the thing that really underpins all of that, and it doesn't matter who you talk to, is great data. So that is the topic. And I suppose the key thing about great data is that a lot of the conversations we have are around trust and governance, and I'm going to come on to that. But people are scared about sharing their data, but the irony is, if that data isn't good enough, it isn't standardized, it isn't curated well, it doesn't have good data analysts all over it, then sharing it is of not much value. And in fact, if it's not great data, sharing it can be quite disruptive. So what I want to talk about is what's happening with that. And I'm going to start with something called the Food Data Transparency Partnership. And some of you might know this was the one thing in Henry Dimbleby's National Food Strategy that was actually implemented by the previous government. It's a 4-year plan, it's halfway through, and essentially it brings together the stakeholders. So there will be representatives in this room who sit on the working group for this. It's a classic of co-creation, as we've talked about earlier, and we've got leaders from government working on it, senior civil servants, people from industry and academics, and indeed end users of all of this, including some work that we've done with investors and consumers. But the idea is that we focus on 4 things. And those 4 things are data quality. And by data quality, I mean data taxonomy, schemas, glossaries. So are we all using the same language? Data formats. So we might be speaking the same language, but we might have that formatted quite differently. And so how can we standardize that? Data methodologies. So you'll all know the challenge of different carbon calculators and what that might mean. And then I suppose if you get the data formats right, you get the interoperability and you get the accessibility and data sharing. What's the one thing that's everybody's worried about? And that is the governance of all of this. And we've touched on farm data principles and some of the things that are happening, which are really important. But the devil is in the detail in all of this. And the reason I put this slide up, and I'm not going to go through it, so don't worry, but is to reassure you that as part of the Food Data Transparency Partnership, the work that is going on food infrastructure for governance is happening. And it's open, so anybody's very, very welcome to contribute to this. A lot of it is being run by RAP and by the Hestia group at Oxford University. And just to reassure you, Hestia are working internationally on this, but it's getting to the point where we've got greater granularity around that data. We've got it all accessible, and accessible because it's interoperable because of the data formats. And then there's work going on with AHDB in terms of the data exchange. And the FIG bit in the middle brings all of that together. And that work is due to finish at the end of this year, and hopefully, fingers crossed, a report at the beginning of 2027. So all of that hopefully reassures people there are some good things going on in terms of data quality. But the key thing is, how do you make this easy for everybody, and farmers included, but also other supply chains, processors, manufacturers, retailers, consumers even. How do you make it easy for people to share that data and in a way that they see the value in doing that? That's the exam question. If you've got the governance in place and everybody's happy, how do you make it easy? And I suppose the key thing for me is easy for who? Because there are lots of different stakeholders in all of this. So just want to think about it from a few different perspectives. Basically, because we've discussed the perspective of farmers already, I've picked some other people. So on business, and I mean business in the broadest sense, better data leads to improvements in productivity. And I say productivity rather than yields, because if you've got that holistic data view, you can take a view on productivity and profitability rather than just yields. So you can identify cost savings, cost efficiencies, and ultimately value add. I mention those things first, i.e. productivity and profitability, because those are the things that grab a business's attention. And if you talk to a retailer, that will be security of supply, as well as productivity and profitability. Then you can start to talk about resilience, you can talk about biodiversity, you can talk about all the other things. But unless you get that first bit right, consumers, in my old retail days, what do consumers want? Consumers want trusted, well-articulated, standardized information. They don't want data, they want information. And that's impossible for consumers without two things. One is standards in a market that's developing. And the reason I say that is because we've got things that are developing faster than policymakers and regulators can keep up with it. And therefore, that requires voluntary standards by the market. And as we know, markets aren't good at self-organizing. And then the second thing you need is consumers having access to their own data in a way that is helpful to them. And just the same way that business wants access to data in a way that's helpful to them. We have a new act, the Data Use and Access Act, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, that came into force in June last year. But that does give a greater level of control over consumers' digital information that is held on them by businesses like a Facebook or anyone else that we've ticked the box and they have access to all of our data. That is going to be quite interesting from a government point of view about which sectors they focus on first to bring that Data Use and Access Act into being. So watch this space, because I think retail will probably be up there. But if you have got a Tesco club card, you can already go onto the Tesco portal and you can download your personal club card data in various formats. But that's going to be the norm going forward. And people are talking about us as individuals and indeed businesses having our own personal digital wallets where we permission our data. So hold that thought. Governments and regulators are also stakeholders in all of this. So imagine that there was better information. And we've had lots of conversations this morning about regulators and policy making. But if I take a really live example, Office for National Statistics spends an absolute fortune on the National Diet and Nutrition Survey. And it's pretty high level, it's not particularly granular. Imagine they could have access, permissioned by all of us, to club card shopping data, so that you can create these links at a place-based level around what the nation is actually eating. And you can create those priority places for improvement where Leaf education might go in and influence things. So I suppose the point I'm making is there are multiple stakeholders. The researchers are interested in all of this, and we've heard a bit about that earlier. We've got NGOs, we've got investors, we've got the financial system, loads of others. The key thing is, how do you find the sweet spot where you can find things that everybody is interested in and they want to make a difference? So I've got 3 ideas for you. So this is practical now, so you can decide to do something with this or not. The first one is about sharing data on analytical testing. And I say sharing data on analytical testing because analytical methods are standardised already and laboratories are accredited. So all of these things we know the base data is pretty good already. Food safety is a good one. Somebody mentioned pesticide residues earlier, but it's not just pesticide residues, it's E. coli, it's all sorts of other food testing that goes on. Imagine you could share that through an independent third party, the money you would save, the better insights you get. Same with authenticity on DNA testing. Again, it's standardized, it's done by accredited labs. That would be quite interesting. Provenance, isotope testing, and nutrition, which is the biggest thing waiting to happen, because as we know, nutrition information is not based on analysis, it's based on typical values, and it's not accurate, and we're just about to enter into HFSS regulation based on data that's not that good. Second area is the new GS1 barcode. That does scan if you want to try. 80% of all barcodes are moving to that format by 2027. That holds loads of information. So imagine not only you've got more information than you can put on a label, but you could talk about leaf mark and what it means and what other farming standards look like. That will only work if everybody comes together and creates a voluntary code of practice. Because if we don't, that will be anarchy. And anarchy would not be good. So this is the greatest opportunity, but it's also the greatest risk. And finally, research clubs. And we've talked a lot about academic research, whether it's nutrition, whether it's regenerative farming and the benefits. Imagine we had an open innovation research club, and there are them, they exist. So I work with one on nutrition, funded by the government. It's got 6 hubs, one of which is biofortification, by the way, so we should be linked up to that anyway. Run by the British Nutrition Foundation. It's free membership, everyone gets to benefit, but the important point is everyone decides what the sector research priorities are. So what is it we all want to know? It avoids duplication, it makes very effective use of taxpayers' investment in our sector. So if we wanted to set up our own research club to run alongside the academy, what could that look like? So thank you for listening. I want to leave you. Tara said some fantastic thing about timidity being part of our problem. So I would just encourage you to think big. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judith. And just as the panel come to the stage, we have a video to play here all about harnessing data. So if I could get the panelists to come to the stage whilst this is playing, and then also Dr. Elliott Grant. And we have, in a slight change to the order, we have Claire Mike, who is going to be on the stage in place of Helen Ferrier. Claire Mike being Director of Leaf Mark and International Development.
Data. It has become more valuable than ever. Some say it's worth more than gold. But how do we mine and utilize this data to accelerate sustainable agriculture at pace and scale? With the rise of AI-driven analytics, we're unlocking new, innovative ways to collect and understand information like never before. Yet, potential alone isn't enough. Real-world change starts on the ground, and that means putting farmers first. What skills, education, and cultural shifts are needed to help farmers turn technology and data into action? Real-time, on-farm monitoring gives a clear view of what's happening above and below the soil. The Leaf Sustainable Farming Review, working hand in hand with the Leaf Mark standard, will deliver verified data that strengthens farmer benchmarking and supports transparent reporting. Practice-based solutions, reinforced with outcome-based data, creates a holistic approach to the challenges facing food and farming systems. Building trust in data is essential Leaf is certified under the Farm Data Principles, providing transparency and robust accreditation, strengthening trust and enabling collaboration. Leaf's new Sustainability Technology Solutions Group is a cross-industry initiative driving technology-based solutions for more sustainable food production. Harnessed well, data becomes more than numbers. It becomes a powerful tool for resilience, productivity, and climate-positive farming.
That's a great film. Who voiced that up? Is there someone in the room?
I have no idea.
Incredible. It was a bit too calming and relaxing. I was going to say I felt like I was in a massage parlour, but that gives the wrong impression. I felt like I was in a health spa, was what I meant, and I was supposed to be drifting off somewhere. But it was absolutely stunning. Yeah, a little one of those bedtime broadcasts, I think, there. Right, moving on. That's enough silliness from me. Just before we get into the questions, I was going to give Claire Micah a chance to say a few words. Sorry, dropping you in it here. But, I mean, you've obviously seen the presentations that we've seen on data. Just explain where you think particularly Leaf can fit into this, can learn, can make the most of it.
Oh, thank you, yes. Well, as you heard, we launched our new version of the Leaf Sustainable Farming Review last year, and we also launched version 17 of the Leaf Mark Standard. And for those of you that are familiar with both of those, the platform and the standard, they weren't very well connected previously, but now with this new iteration, they are entirely harmonized, and we can use that data for many purposes, actually, for our own learnings and to guide what we do within Leaf in terms of the knowledge exchange and the support that we can give to farmers and growers. We want farmers to be able to use their own data as well, so there'll be more to come on that in the future. And we also want our wider stakeholders and supply chains to be able to use that data as well to support their farmers and growers and their stakeholders, and to be able to build resilience into food supply chains. So we have our own platform, but also we have the opportunity, as we've heard a couple of times today, for that interoperability as well, or how we might work with partners who also have platforms. So we've recently formed the Sustainable Technology Solutions Group with a number of other actors that are sitting within our industry, and we hope that together we can harness power so that farmers can build resilience into their own businesses, increase their profitability, and de-risk the decisions that they're making as well. And then it ties very nicely into some of the other announcements that we've made today in terms of how we might work with other platforms like Omnia, for example, and looking at how we might use AI, and then also the Regen Academy as well, and how we take that data and we share that with our stakeholders, with our members through the Regen Academy as well.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's have some questions from the floor. You don't want to hear... Oh, I've just seen that Cedric is here. That was a relief, Cedric. I thought you might still be in your happy place, which is the potato conference, but you seem to be here. Yes, a gentleman there, and then one at the back. But there's one sort of... Yep, right in the middle there. That's the one.
Hi, thank you. Nick Taylor, farmer. Want to know about data. We've embraced signing up with My John Deere and Carbon Robotics and using a lot of their tech. I'm pretty sure when we've signed up, we've allowed them open access to all our data. What protection do we have on that data?
Just for you, the answer, you say I'm pretty sure. I'm surprised, if you forgive me, that you actually don't know.
Well, we have.
You have, right. Okay. And who would you like to address that one to, please, sir?
Probably the first presenter.
Elliott, do you mean? Who gave the speech?
Yes.
Yeah, Elliott here, yeah.
Well, I can't speak to the contract specifically, but it very likely had words in it like, you give Deere and Carbon the right to use the data in the provision of services to you and for the improvement of future services, which is sufficiently hand-wavy. It means they can use your data to retrain their models. Let's say it's a weed detection model to use anywhere. The prohibition on it will be they probably can't just take the data and like use it for anything, but it's going to be fairly broad. But that's my guess of what's in there. You may have the right to get it back, but it'd be very difficult. It's actually extremely hard to unwind the data from a model. When an AI model learns data, you can't just sort of take it away later. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it's kind of by definition, isn't it? Once I've learned something, I can't unlearn it. The machine is the same, presumably.
So, I mean, I hear these sort of statements like, oh, I have the right to take my data away later. I'm not sure that really is really workable.
It doesn't seem logical. Yes.
Andrew Francis, Home Farm Nacton. Just thinking about sometimes the mechanism of collecting data is the affordability barrier. Is it important to do a very detailed small snapshot of data collection to be representative across your whole business, or is it more important to do a wider data representation but not do it as well?
And who do you think that's best put to?
Anyone can have a go, but I would have thought Elliott's probably a good.
Well, we'll start with Elliott. I might ask David Farrell as well about this, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a crack at that, but I do think some of the Davids might be good at that one as well. My intuition is go pick the area where it's most valuable and focus on that. Being a mile wide and an inch deep probably isn't going to be very helpful. Let's say water usage is your key area you want to prioritize. So go collect data around water usage and the impact on the business, and then work from there. But that's sort of the intuition answer.
Forgive me, I'm going to put that to Judith. Would you like a punt to that, please?
Yeah, I think it's the same kind of thing, really. What's material? So essentially, what's the big ticket item on your business, on your farm, whatever it might be, and where's the opportunity to optimize that? I think the other thing is around data collection, and I slightly disagree with what David said around precision, because be clear what you're going to be using that data for when you choose to collect it. Because sometimes, for example, if you're collecting data for regulatory compliance, it needs to be precise, because a regulator is going to use it and a prosecutor might use it. If you're using it for trends and for general performance and direction of travel, then you probably don't need that precision. So I think there's two things, materiality and what are you going to be using it for?
Yes, Carol.
Hi, Carol Wagstaff, University of Reading. Judith, question for you. It's about the UK Food Security Review, which takes place every 3 years.
Yeah.
And in 2021, we split the UK demographic into deciles. In 2024, it was split into centiles. In other words, the poorest 20% were represented in that bottom barrier. That neatly made the lines go the right way in terms of food security. Here, this afternoon, we've been talking about the power of really granular data and how that can be shared in a really powerful way. But I see a disconnect between what we might want to do, say, farmer to farmer and so on, and perhaps the reporting. And you made a brilliant point about using things like club card data. That would be far better than the data that ONS currently use.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's two things, perhaps three things, but the first thing is I think academics have huge power in this space to help business understand what is really required for good quality information as opposed to data. I think also as an academic you have greater luck at getting access to some of the things that a commercial business can't get access to, particularly I'm thinking government data sets. And the third thing is when you bring those two things together, i.e. public data sets and private data sets, that's where utopia happens. And go back to the club card data, I got this dream that, I don't know if anybody's got the NHS app, but in the NHS app, when you scroll down on the first page, it says, do you want your medical records to be used for research? I'd love it when you click further and say the things you're interested in, like healthy lifestyle or whatever it might be, that you could say, actually, I'm going to permission my shopping data to be used with my medical records, because that gives you granular data at a practically postcode level that would enable the NHS, which is, I know we've got lots of criticism of the NHS, but from a data point of view, it's world leading. Those secure data environments that the government's just invested 600 million in could hold our food and farming data and origin data if we wanted it to, which is why that barcode's so important.
Thank you. There was just, please do get your hands up. There's just something I wanted to ask, and I'm actually, I'll go with David Hutchinson on this, but Nick might have a view as well. Elliott talked about the sort of exponential growth curves and things and adoptions of technology and stuff like that. It strikes me that I was just wondering if this does apply in the same way with biological systems and agricultural systems that are dependent on seasons, things that are, you know, definite in time. And also, if I'm honest, if I look back at, you know, the way that farming's changed in the last 25 years, a lot of the things that we expected to sort of revolutionise it haven't necessarily happened. I'm not quite convinced that we often talk about these dramatic changes in farming, but actually it tends to be more iterative than explosive, I would argue. What do you think?
Well, I think one of the benefits of that, and I broadly agree with you, is that we can look at other sectors, because I think it's very important we look out of agriculture and what can we learn from elsewhere. And it's quite likely that many of the AI developments will be more rapid in other aspects of life. And so we've perhaps got the advantage of just being a half a pace behind.
Let the others make mistakes.
Never a bad policy, really. And so I think that could be an advantage. We'll see.
Yeah.
But to not use the technology and not progress is equally
Nick, when you're looking at farms and future investments decisions, what is your understanding of the speed of sort of adoptions and developments and therefore relevance of these technological changes?
So we don't see much evidence in day-to-day farming of AI adoption as yet. I think that wouldn't be unusual. We're using AI in the bank again at a reasonably low level. You know, all accounts that come in now are analysed through AI. We use it to interpret every single phone call that comes into the business now and highlight areas where we can pinpoint where there might be a problem rather than listening to random samples. So there are multiple areas where
How does that work with phone calls? I'm just really intrigued. What sort of things is it listening out for?
Complaints.
Okay, but certain words within it that you hear coming up a lot and you're thinking, oh, that may be something we ought to address.
Customer intonation, so if someone sounds angry, which for farmers actually, of course, is a bit of a...
to recalibrate.
It's a bit of a difficult one, yeah. So if it sounds angry, is it a complaint? Well, not necessarily. So it's those kind of things. So if someone doesn't mention a certain word, if we don't do some certain things, yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, yes.
Too cynical on it, because I think data is very important, but everyone's sort of discussed around context and potentially misrepresentation of data and how that might form perhaps government level policy and how data is being used to create government level policy, and you can sort of form data to what you want it to say depending on what you're trying to do, and how misuse of data is being used across the industry.
Have you got an example of this? I'm wondering if we think about the recent IHT.
Well, I wasn't going to touch on that, but other
I mean,
things as well. Like
everyone looked at the same data and came to different conclusions.
A number of people going into certain stewardship schemes, or a number of people using that and overuse and underuse, and data can be twisted and manipulated to how it wants to be looked by the user, and then how that filters through it, whether it's government policy level, whether it's strategy, whether it's decision making.
Is anyone in particular like to address that too? Yeah, Judith.
No, I can understand that entirely, and I think that comes back to the whole point of having really good quality data that is open access. So if I think about, I mentioned Hestia Earth at Oxford University, that basically is open access, really high quality, assured, verifiable data that is being made available to everybody. That means that you don't end up with the data haves and the data have-nots in this world. And I think where you get data misrepresentation is where you do not have that open access. So if I think about DEFRA and 10,000 data sets that sit in DEFRA, in theory, they are open access. In practice, they are not, because they're very difficult to use. So when we talk about the idea of open data, we really need to talk about accessibility. But that has to be the future, given that you as an individual will have your own personal data that you will permission, and that if you decide you don't permission it, you can take it back again. and that you have access to it through the Open Data and Access Act, which,
Does that come back to with any decision that made or anything that is produced needs to show the data set was used to produce it rather than coming up with a policy or a
that's the
decision
point of
based on-
all
Show you're working.
stakeholders.
Right.
Yeah, show you're working out.
Briefly, Karen, I want to come on to David
Very
Farrell.
quickly, I think that's one of the benefits that we've integrated into the Leaf Sustainable Farming Review. You mentioned the word context, and I think we have to be very careful if we only look at outcome-based metrics or we only look at practice-based metrics. So we've integrated a lot more, a much better balance within the Leaf Sustainable Farming Review to almost sense check exactly as you've just alluded to there in terms of how do we check the data's correct or how do we know that it's reliable. We can sense check the outcomes against the practices. So I think that's a thing that makes actually our platform quite unique, is that we integrate both of those types of data.
And David Farrell, I mean, you work across lots of countries, you've got your 8 principles. How does that fit into these principles?
Well, I just in response to that comment around how data is used and so on, we try and work bottom up, and it has to make sense and be valuable to the business that's using the data first and foremost. So that has a built-in there's a vested interest to look after the data yourself because you're using it to guide decision-making in your business. And I think the right to share should sit with the person who's collecting or the business that's collecting the data. It shouldn't just be an automatic feed-through. And then another point just around the comparability, again, it comes back to the rate of change idea on trend lines, where you might have slightly different methodologies or differences in approach in collecting a particular, let's say it's a carbon footprint. What you can normalize across multiple sites is the rate of change. So you might not agree on exactly the methodology, you might be using different tools, but it's very clear that the trend in this farm is moving in the right direction versus another that is not. And the underlying method is less important then. It's more the rate of change. And the fact that, again, back to the point around you taking ownership of your data, and before you share it, there's nothing stopping you getting that third party verified before you publish it into some sort of broader analysis and benchmarking exercise. I think growers need to take full ownership of this and use the data first and foremost to tell a story that helps them to guide their business and go from there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We've probably got time just to squeeze in one more. Yes, please. If you can make it punchy, that'd be great.
Hiya, Jess Radner. Very quick question. David, you mentioned about the terra mapping and holding data for like water infiltration or water data for your soils. How are you collecting that data? Is that through infiltration, mapping, or is that through water conductivity? How does that work?
It's part of the scanning process. All the buggy goes across the field, scanner on the front of it, and all that data is collected through the scanner and into the computer.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed to all of the audience for the fantastic questions on that, and particularly to our panel, very, very thought-provoking, a fantastic springboard. We had a fantastic springboard at the start we had from Dr. Elliott Grant, and I really think that this is an important and critical change. Whether it's entirely to be welcomed is up for us to decide. Thank you very much indeed to the panel. And now, no Leaf conference would be complete without it. We have to close the marvellous Cedric Porter. Thank you very much indeed, Cedric.
Soil courses are important for farmers today.
Hello.
Farming
Have I forgotten to induct my...
We talk an awful lot about soils, but the understanding of them, we believe, isn't that well understood.
The course itself is really well run, it's really well taught, it's insightful, it's up to date, it's current, it's exactly what you need. The fact that you can have an away day off the farm, get a full download, update yourself, move on, is really crucial. But the other side as well is meeting the other producers.
The whole aim of the course is to enable everyone to understand better, over and above pH and index, why the soil does what it does, and at that point you can then buy any product you want that is best suited for that soil. That will then improve your resource use efficiency, which in turn will improve your profitability.
Why should farmers attend this course? Because the opportunity is there. You're obviously a good farmer because you're in this supply chain. So why not take the opportunity? You're being handed this on a plate. You will go to this, you will be inspired. So get off the farm, make some effort to plan some time away and do it. It's a no-brainer.
Many thanks to you, Tom, for your introduction, and many thanks once again sharing this conference with such aplomb and that sort of scrutiny, the forensic scrutiny that scares us all. So thank you for that. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit of a fraud because I haven't been here for most of the time. I've actually been at a conference, a potato conference in Arras in northern France. So this morning, and courtesy of the different time zones and Eurostars, I've Pierre showed it here. So I can tell you that farming over there in France, over the channel, the picture's not that much different from here. Actually, it's probably a little bit better here because of that sort of island nation that we've got. We're a little bit protected from some of the forces they've got there. Lots of oversupply, many key commodities, and lots of low prices. And that same sort of political volatility, environmental pressures, rampaging technology, and consumer demands is making their heads spin just as much as ours. But those French farmers and those other EU farmers still have that safety net of direct payments. But I always think the most impressive circus acts are those without the safety nets. So I think as time develops, the evolution of these excellent British farmers who are really going to be up for the fight, and some of the best in the world. They are some of the best in the world, but I think that's going to be even more so. And I think they're going to be very well equipped to cope with the inevitable pressure and opportunities that will face them over the coming years. Oh, so for 35 years, it's 35 years old now, Leaf. It's been facing these challenges and protecting the environment and making the most of those opportunities. And I think this last year, we've seen the loss of two of the big architects of Leaf. We had the chairman of the British Agrochemicals Association, Richard Trow-Smith, died. And then David Richardson, of course, as well. And I think we should really remember that sort of vision that they set up. I always think that LEAF, Linking Environment Farming, and Farming, is one of the best names for any organisation. It does what it says on the tin. We always try and find new ways of sustainability, regen, but it's about linking environment and farming, isn't it? So we're just going to continue to remember Caroline Drummond as well, who steered LEAF so expertly over most of those 35 years. And so do look out for the Caroline Drummond Scholarship, which Philip's very much taking a lead on that, and the Caroline Drummond Celebrating and Communicating Farming Excellence Award, who we've got the 2025 winner, David Rose, here. So, and that's with the British Guild of Agriculture Journalists and the Society of Agriculture. So again, more of that collaboration. And I think this conference has encapsulated that LEAF approach with some excellent speakers from across the food chain and sharing their knowledge and wisdom and hopes for the future. So a really big thank you to all of them. And the themes they have discussed are vital to the future of the way we farm, eat and care for the planet. And it's also sort of central to the way that LEAF operates, and it's always been ahead of the game. In that 35 years, it's always been sort of pushing. That's what it was set up to do, pushing the boundaries and coming up with practical solutions. It's not just a talking shop, it is those practical solutions. And it's the way that you're improving the way you're farming financially as well as environmentally, which I think is great. And it's that collaborative approach that's helped. And this conference coincides with 3 more examples of that cooperative approach. There's the launch of the LEAF Regen Academy, which will provide a practical user-led platform to farm better. So really sort of getting down to some of the nitty-gritty of regen and going beyond the sort of buzzword that it is. And then the new working with Lantra and giving the skills for the next generation to have for food producers and land protectors, and that integrated farm management course I think is great. And then addressing the computer-generated elephant in the imaginary room with the AI research program along with Cambridge with Elliott there, and with Hutchinson's as well. So it's great to see that, and great to see that approach. And all three of these initiatives are really going to help Leaf keep ahead of the game. So 20 years ago, it's 20 years since the first Open Farm Sunday. I remember taking my toddlers along there and sort of introducing them to this is what's farming. This is what I do. Now sometimes they invite me along with their partners, but they still expect me to buy the ice creams when they do go along. In that time, we've seen millions of visitors go onto farms, many for the first time, and really get a good idea of what farming is about. And thousands of farmers who've opened up their farms, and I think the great thing is actually the farmers are learning just as much from the visitors, and it's that combined approach. It's not saying this is what we do and this is how we do it. It's that learning together. And I'm a great sort of fan of understanding consumers better as well as consumers understanding farmers better. So I'd urge you to all to get involved, either if it's hosting or promoting or supporting the on the 7th of June and the dates around that. And great to see sort of people like Michael. Amazing how many people have been onto his farm. So finally, just a few thank yous and to making this conference possible, and to David, really for your sort of vision. We've had a few sort of Zoom meetings over the last year, and it's been great to be part of that, to help shape it, and also to sort of fill it with the team behind him and the trustees behind that. And then really to all the Leaf staff behind the scenes. There's Justine Hards there who's really put the event together and been promoting it. And Teresa Andrews, who's really, without her, none of this would happen. And we've all got in the right place at the right time. So great. So if we can just give them a round of applause, that'd be great. So finally, thank you to all of you for attending and for staying and for engaging and for all your support to Leaf over the years. Please continue to engage with Leaf, support Leaf, come up with your ideas. It's a sort of an ideas generator, and it only operates with all the work that and the cooperative with people like you. So many thanks, and I wish you all a safe journey home, and hopefully we'll see you, if not next year, sometime in between, or on a farm on the 7th of June. Many thanks. Thank you.